Chapter 3499. So, with a sonic boom, a black streak of light stopped in the middle of the void filled with cracks of various sizes. It was a mechanical demon bug that was about 1,000 meters long. It was the mechanical demon bug that the Starfield Life Fortress had transformed into. Yi Xian and the Demon Royal Guard Commander Chanas were in the middle of this mechanical demon bug. This dark void was located in the middle of the buffer zone of the root of all Evil Star region. It was only a little more than 2,000 li away from the location where Emperor Xiaofeng and the other core members of the Tianji clan had stopped and sent out a joint signal. Therefore, Yi Xian gave a new order to the mechanical demon bug to stop. This was because even with the naked eye, he could see that something was wrong with the void ahead. Ever since they entered this buffer zone, the surrounding void had always been densely packed with black beetles, practically as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Even with the mechanical devil bug's delicate body that was only 1,000 meters long, it almost couldn't maintain its full speed, because there really weren't many gaps in the void that could accommodate its feet. However, at this moment, Yi Xian looked around and saw that there were only large cracks in the void. He couldn't see any black beetles at all. This was truly too strange. However, because he was in this buffer zone, his naked eye's visual range was only about 1,000 li. This area was clearly the same. After Yi Xian stopped, he thought for a moment before carefully controlling the mechanical demon bug to secretly extend the battleship's biological frequency. As the Starfield Life Fortress, its biological frequency was different from other battleships. It had a higher degree of autonomy and control. Therefore, if it was necessary, the extended biological frequency could achieve greater concealment. This was just Yi Xian's habitual cautiousness. However, he quickly discovered that this cautiousness had inadvertently saved him from a very big problem. This was because in the image captured by the biological frequency of the Starfield Life Fortress, he saw a shocking scene. In such an environment, the biological frequency of the Starfield Life Stronghold could only cover a radius of 5,000 kilometers. In the void about 4,000 kilometers in front of them, Yi Xian once again saw a large number of black beetles. They were densely packed, and the degree was even greater than before. They were packed into a sea of insects. However, what shocked him wasn't the sea of black beetles, but the existences that were rolling in the black waves formed by the sea of black beetles. 5 mechanical battle insects. These were clearly the 5 fellows from the young Emperor Peak. However, their encounters and current situation were truly speechless. Not only did Yi Xian open his mouth wide, but the Demon Royal Guard's commander, Chanas, also had a dumbstruck expression on his face. The 5 mechanical bugs were currently struggling in the sea of black beetles, tossing and turning, shrieking, and making a scene. The scene was chaotic to the extreme, and it was even more tragic to the extreme. Young Emperor Feng's group of 5 were after all the core upper echelons of the Tianji race. Their cultivation base had already reached the late stage of the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm. Furthermore, they had undergone a complete mechanical fusion with their respective fortresses, turning into 5,000-meter-long mechanical battle insects. This caused their overall combat strength to increase rapidly. Qi Sheng was basically on par with the 13th Great Realm, the Genesis Realm. All 5 mechanical battle insects were like this. If not for Yi Xian's life fortress, he wouldn't have been able to fight against them without using some powerful abilities and techniques. Although the black beetles in this buffer zone were extremely powerful, they were basically only at the black hole realm. The strongest was only at the 13th Great Realm, the Genesis Realm. Hence, at this moment when the 5 mechanical battle bugs were unleashed, the tip of the wave of the black bug sea was instantly filled with blood. Mantis knives and spiked hammers were swung around, and from time to time, one could see a black beetle being split open or blown apart. It was obvious that the 5 of them had been forced into a corner. At that moment, they were being carried by the sea of black beetles. As they were being dragged forward by the waves, they kept swinging their mantis sabers and spikes. They had even activated the antimatter death ray cannon. From time to time, a black antimatter energy beam could be seen shooting out from the 5 mechanical battle insects' abdomens. At this moment, a 2,000-meter wide hole would appear in the black beetle sea below. That was a sign that a large number of black beetles were instantly killed by the antimatter death ray cannons. It was as if a large portion of seawater had suddenly disappeared from the boundless black ocean. Unfortunately, this black sea was simply too vast. It stretched for tens of thousands of miles, and the waves were extremely turbulent. A mere 2,000-meter-wide hole was completely meaningless. A single wave was enough to fill up the hole, continuing to carry the 5 mechanical battle insects rolling on top of the waves. They were rapidly moving forward into the unknown void in front of them. This scene made Yixian and Chana's hair stand on end. Those 5 fellows were clearly giving it their all. The antimatter death ray cannons that they fired from time to time was proof. They were clearly waiting for the antimatter death ray cannons to be fully charged before activating the death ray cannons. Then, it would be a cooldown. Once the cooldown was over, they would immediately fire a second shot. Even so, it didn't change anything. They were already moving further and further away from the terrifying Black Sea. Heavens, what did those 5 fellows do? How did they provoke such anger and resentment? Yi Xian's face was full of shock. He controlled the mechanical battle insects to carefully follow behind from afar while muttering to himself, "These black beetles are clearly inert creatures. As long as you don't provoke them, you won't be attacked even if you walk past them. But they, Shasha? Sir Sha, this place is getting more and more strange. Let's go back." Behind them, Chana's voice sounded again. He raised his hand and pointed at the end of the holographic 3-dimensional screen in front of him. With a drooping face, he pleaded, "Look, this nest of bugs clearly has a leader. The aura of the one at the front. Oh my God, that's the 15th realm, Xiankun. Almighty. It must be a female that has taken a liking to these 5 big bugs. It doesn't seem too safe for us to follow behind them. What if the female bug takes a liking to us too? Wouldn't we be caught and brought to their nest? We won't have to do anything in the future. We'll just wait to be pampered by the female bug and help her give birth to little bugs all day long." Female bug? Yi Xian was stunned. His expression suddenly became strange. He ignored Chana's and immediately started searching in the database of the devouring system in his body. As for the search criteria, it was naturally the female bug of the black beetles. Soon, the relevant information was found and appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Chapter 3500. I want to go back. Sha. Lord Sha, let me out. I won't go any further. It's too scary. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Chana's, was so scared that his face turned green again. This time, he seemed to have made up his mind. He actually asked Yi Xian to let him leave the mechanical demon bug, but this guy refused to go any further. Are you sure? Yi Xian was speechless as well. He turned his head to look at Chana's and pointed at the path behind him. Right now, we are in the buffer zone of the source of all evil. From here to the edge of the outer region, there is no spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the void. You still have to use your divine sense to explore the path. Yao, are you sure you can leave the root of all evil before you run out of energy? Plop. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Chana's was instantly stunned. He sat on the floor of the abdomen and stared blankly. In front of them, the turbulent black sea of insects was gradually moving further away. Yi Xian did not bother with Chana's anymore. He immediately urged the mechanical demon bug to increase its speed slightly. He maintained a distance of 10,000 miles behind and quickly caught up again. Not long after, they reached the end of the buffer zone of the root of all evil. In the void in front of them, there was a light and dark dividing line. This was the buffer zone of the root of all evil, and on the other side of the dividing line was an even darker world. That was the core hinterland of the root of all evil. The black sea of insects in front of them quickly crossed the dividing line and entered the core hinterland. The void 10,000 miles in front of them was instantly empty and looked deserted. Yi Xian increased his speed again and caught up. He crossed the dividing line without hesitation and finally entered the core hinterland of the root of all evil. However, the expected system notification did not appear. Usually, if the target of the system exploration mission was within a certain range, the system would immediately send out a notification if it could sense it. However, there was no notification now. It could only mean that the target was not in this corner of the galaxy. Yi Xian still had to look around. In front of him, the surging sea of black insects was still moving. After arriving here, the buzzing in the air grew louder, faintly bringing with it a sense of impatience, as if it could not wait any longer. This word flashed through the minds of Yi Xian and Chanas, causing them to subconsciously turn their heads and exchange glances. Then, they shuddered in unison. This queen insect is a star lord that's stronger than the universe grand cultivators? At the same time, Yi Xian possessed the divine sense of a human cultivator, the mental strength of a devil cultivator expert, and the electronic consciousness of a mechanical intelligent life form. His perception was extremely sharp, and before Chanas could catch anything from these buzzing sounds, he had already sensed a trace of the obscure aura of a star lord. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He immediately urged the mechanical insect to fly in another direction. What a joke! This was a star lord in heat. That thing did not even let go of a mechanical insect with an alloy body. Whether it wanted to have a taste or was really thirsty to a certain extent, there was one thing that was certain. If Yi Xian stayed here, once he was discovered, he would definitely be discovered. If he stayed here, he would definitely suffer. Although the mechanical insect was much smaller in size, perhaps in the eyes of the Star Lord, it was the short and cute type. That would definitely be fatal. Anyway, Emperor Xiaofeng and the other four had no way to survive this time. Even if they did not die to the Star Lord Black Beetle Queen, they would definitely be imprisoned and slowly played with. Escaping was a joke. Therefore, there was no need for Yi Xian to keep an eye on them. Since they could not escape, then there was no need to worry about their lives. They were now the companions of the Star Lord Black Beetle Queen. Scheming against them was too dangerous and not worth it. Seeing that Yi Xian was no longer crazy this time and was staying away from the corner of the star field where the Star Lord Black Beetle Queen was, the Demon Guard Commander Chanas raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. His entire body seemed to have been drained, and he once again sat down on the floor of the abdomen cabin. Thinking back on their experience, everything was normal before they entered the source of all evil star field. However, after entering this star field, Lord Sha seemed to have been bewitched. He was a completely different person. This was simply a sin. It really is the source of all evil. If I can get out of this damned place alive, I will never come back again. Sitting alone on the floor of the abdomen cabin, Chanas mumbled to himself. This time, he was really scared out of his wits. A Star Lord Black Beetle Queen that did not even let go of a mechanical battle bug was definitely a nightmarish existence. Very soon, the mechanical demon bug left the corner of the star field where the Black Beetle Queen was. Gradually, the buzzing sound of the Black Beetle Queen's courtship became weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared in the end. However, everything did not calm down just like that. Previously, in the area where the buzzing sound was raging, apart from the Black Beetle Queen, there were no other types of star beasts in the void. They had probably all been scared away. If they were captured by a Star Lord Black Beetle Queen and forced to do it, it would definitely be a terrifying thing even for star beasts. However, now that the buzzing sound of the Black Beetle Queen's courtship could no longer be heard, the figures of other types of star beasts gradually appeared in the void. At first, there was only one or two, but soon, as the mechanical demon bug went deeper, the number of star beasts in the void also increased. Judging from their auras, they were all above the 13th realm, the Genesis state. Yi Xian did not dare to act rashly. After all, this was the core hinterland of the root of all evil. He controlled the mechanical demon bug and carefully avoided these star beasts. He also activated a concealment array to conceal the mechanical demon bug's aura as much as possible so that he would not be exposed. Not long after, a 1,000-feet-long subblood dragon appeared in the void ahead. The aura around it had actually reached the 15th realm, the late-stage universe state. It was extremely powerful. Yi Xian was almost drooling at the sight. He even muttered to himself, TSK, a late-stage universe state subblood dragon. If I could get my hands on that dragon liver and braise it, how delicious would it be? There's actually a universe state glazed fire phoenix in the distance? Whoosh, what is this place? Are there as many universe state experts as dogs? Or is this the back garden of some god raising all kinds of delicacies? Why are there all kinds of top-notch ingredients? I can barely move my feet from looking at them. Plop. Before he could finish speaking, the commander of the demon royal guards behind him fell to the ground once again. This fellow was scared out of his wits. He stared blankly at Yixian with a face full of astonishment. Chapter 3501. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. The source of all evil was a vast space zone. It would take more than a month to reach its end. Therefore, even though Yixian was getting impatient, the system notification that he had been waiting for didn't appear. Along the way, they had seen too many ferocious beasts of various shapes and sizes, but all of them had extremely powerful auras. At first, Yixian would occasionally tease him, but in the end, even he was a little scared. He shut his mouth and carefully controlled the mechanical demon insect to slowly move forward. He didn't dare to say anything else. It was because the ferocious beasts they saw in the void were getting stronger and stronger as time went by. It wasn't surprising that there were so many of them. The truth was that Star Lords were everywhere. For example, at this moment, there was clearly a space ferocious beast that looked somewhat similar to a Qilin in the distant void on the right side. However, it was completely green. Its body was not very big, only about 10,000 feet. It was one size smaller than an ordinary space ferocious beast. It was lying in the void, sleeping. However, he was clearly a Star Lord. Compared to the black-armored Mother Empress from before, it was much stronger. After traveling for a short distance, a humanoid mutated beast appeared in the void to his left. It was 10,000 feet tall, and its entire body was covered with mouths. It didn't mean that it had many heads, as it only had one head. Those mouths were directly clones on its limbs and torso. It was also swallowing and eating nonstop. As for its food, it was mostly small ferocious beasts in the Genesis state, including the black beetle. This many-mouthed beast was definitely extremely ferocious, because there were no other ferocious beasts in the surroundings of the void where it was hibernating. The only ferocious beasts that were present were the ones being chewed and swallowed by the countless mouths all over its body. Yixian even saw an ancient devil ape, which seemed to have a strong bloodline from the primordial era. It was close to atavism. That ancient devil ape had 3 heads and 6 arms. It even had 3 torsos. It was thousands of meters tall and was close to the peak of the Star Lord state. It was even stronger than the many-mouthed beast and the black shell mother. This was not the most important thing. What was even more frightening was that the 3 bodies of the ancient ape demons were completely different. One of them was a body of flesh and blood, completely black. Its fur flickered with faint radiance, looking incomparably tough. The second was the body of the skeleton. Its entire body was grayish gold, and it emitted a metallic texture, giving off an incomparably cold feeling. The third was an illusory body of black fog. Its aura was ethereal, as if it did not exist at all. It was completely a black fog. Only its 2 eyes shot out 2 terrifying blazing red lights. The ancient ape demon was the most powerful creature Yixian had seen since he entered the star domain, the source of all evil. It could even be said that it was the most powerful creature Yixian had ever seen. Of course, the primordial paragons he had seen in the images of the primordial divine abilities such as the heaven-falling bow did not count, including the headless infant corpse. He did not dare to approach such a creature at all. While he was still thousands of miles away, he hurriedly controlled the mechanical demon bug to change direction and flee far away. The mechanical demon bug's frequency signal could only detect a distance of about 3,000 miles in the core hinterland of the origin of all evil, while Yixian's consciousness could only detect a distance of 700 to 800 miles. The reason why he could still sense the aura of the primordial demon ape from thousands of miles away, including the many-mouthed beast and the other existences, was because these existences were simply too powerful. Even the obscure void at the core of the root of all evil couldn't conceal or obstruct their auras. If it were not so, the mechanical demon bug would not even have a chance to struggle in the face of such a creature. It would most likely end up tragically on the spot. Gradually, after changing directions as the mechanical demon bugs moved further and further away, The ancient ape demons with the terrifying aura finally disappeared from sight. However, on the left and right sides of the void in front of them, other ferocious space beasts appeared. Indeed, there were as many Star Lords as there were dogs. Xianxia was already scared out of his wits. Even Yi Xian's heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley, and he did not speak for a long time. This star zone, the source of all evil, was too weird. Whether it was the periphery, the buffer zone of the central domain, or the current core, they were all full of space cracks of various sizes. It was as if this vast star zone was simply a ragged bag that had been cut countless times with knives. However, it did not collapse. After entering this place, as long as one was not touched by those void cracks, one would be fine. That was not the problem. The key was the ferocious space beasts in this star field. The black beetles in the buffer zone of the central domain were still acceptable. After all, even in the normal universe, such a zone was not boring. It was occupied by a certain species, and a large number of creatures of that species lived there. However, this core hinterland was too strange and did not conform to common sense. If it was only a large number of space beasts of the same species, it would not be a big deal. However, in this core hinterland, although the density of space beasts was not very high, there were various kinds of space beasts. Yi Xian had seen at least hundreds of different space beasts in just 1.5 days' time. Moreover, their strength was above the 13th realm, the Genesis realm, and there were many grand cultivators and star lords. It was said that 2 tigers could not live on one mountain. In the context of the universe, this sentence was also applicable. It was basically impossible to find a situation like this core hinterland of the origin of all evil in all 3 dimensions of the universe. A large number of ferocious beasts of different species and races lived there. It was simply a miracle that was full of thick and strange aura. In such a dangerous environment, it was simply too difficult to complete the system title exploration mission. It should be known that the time limit of the system title exploration mission was only 1 month. Now 2 days had passed. Although Yi Xian had entered the core hinterland of the origin of all evil star field, he had not found any other clues. He did not even know what the objective of the mission, which was the so-called origin of all evil, was. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. Calculating the time, a full 5 days had passed for this system title exploration mission. There were only 25 days left, but Yi Xian still had not found anything. Once the time limit was up, if there was still no result, the system would automatically judge that the exploration mission had failed. He could not help but feel a little anxious. It was also at this time that in the dark void ahead, a scene that was not quite the same as before finally appeared. When it came into view, Yi Xian immediately opened his mouth wide, his face filled with shock. Chapter 3502. The reason why everything in the void ahead was only slightly different from what Yi Xian had seen along the way, but not completely different, was because there was also a large number of ferocious star beasts in the void ahead. This was the same as what he had seen along the way. The only difference was that these ferocious star beasts were all dead. Their bodies were so huge that they had manifested their bloodline true bodies. They were lying in the dark void ahead, and most of them were incomplete. Yi Xian even saw an ancient demon ape. Its aura was even more powerful than the one he had seen along the way. Its bloodline true body was hundreds of thousands of feet tall, but it was lying in the void at this moment. Among the 3 different ape bodies, the black body of flesh and blood had lost its head. More than half of its body was incomplete, but golden ape blood still flowed from it. It exuded a strong ancient aura. Among the other 2 bodies, the skeletal body was almost completely shattered. Only the head still hung on the shoulder. As for the black mist-like illusory body, it had already dissipated. In addition, there was a silver dragon in the distance. Only the back half of its body was left. The front half, including the dragon head, was all gone. Further away, there was even a huge true phoenix. Although it had also fallen, its body was still steaming with phoenix flames. It also exuded a strong ancient aura. There were too many incomplete corpses like this. Any one of them was a terrifying existence that surpassed the Star Lord level. Yi Xian didn't dare and couldn't get close. He tried to approach a many-armed monster. Just as he was about 10,000 miles away from it, the mechanical demon bug's huge body began to tremble. Even the world bug started to evolve. The countless micromolecules in its body resisted and didn't want to get close. Yi Xian had an epiphany. If he got too close, the mechanical demon bug would disintegrate, and he and Chanas, who were hiding in its abdomen, might be seriously injured or even killed. These creatures were too powerful. No one knew how long they had fallen here, but the aura emitted from their incomplete bodies was so strong that even Yi Xian could only wander 10,000 miles away. If he got any closer, he would encounter misfortune. What shocked Yi Xian the most was that the remains of these powerful creatures all emitted a strong ancient aura. When he got here, even the void was filled with the same aura as that of the weird cage in the Forbidden Valley of the Demon Emperor planet. The only difference was that the cage in the void was from the ancient times. It was suspected that a corner of the void of the ancient times was cut off and turned into a cage. As for this place, it belonged to the current world. However, countless years ago, someone tore through the void and placed the remains of a large number of powerful beings from the primordial era here. The dense primordial aura emitted by these remains gave Yi Xian an illusion. He almost thought that he had run into another cage like the one in the Forbidden Valley of the Devil Emperor planet. Who is it? How could they be so generous? They are no weaker than the ancient cage connected to the Forbidden Valley of the Demon Emperor planet. These incomplete bodies are extremely powerful. They are from the ancient times. Although they are not the supreme beings of the ancient times like the Golden Divine Dragon, and they are even weaker than the supreme beings of the ancient times like the Void Ladle Master and the Bloodthirsty Lion. But they are creatures from the ancient times after all. Did they also fall in that great battle? They were thrown here. What is their purpose? And which camp did they belong to? Besides, those supreme beings of the universe and even the old monsters of the Star-Lord level, including the black-armored queen, are they all descendants of these ancient creatures? Is it because of this reason that a large number of powerful ferocious beasts of different races have gathered in the outer regions and are unwilling to leave because the remains of their bloodline ancestor are in the depths of the origin of all evil? These words were like sleep talk. As Yi Xian murmured, they burst out from his mouth and reached the ears of Chanas, the commander of the Demon Emperor guards behind him. Finally, Chanas couldn't bear the shock in his heart. He rolled his eyes and passed out directly. Yi Xian's heart sank to the bottom. He was more and more unsure about the tidal exploration task this time. Although the core of the origin of all evils was not like the desolation cage connected to the Forbidden Valley of the Devil Emperor planet, which was a corner of the mysterious void from the Desolation era. After all, there were so many remains of creatures from the Desolation era. Anything related to the Desolation era couldn't be simple. There were only 25 days left. Yi Xian was not confident at all, but he still didn't give up. After recovering from the shock, Yi Xian took a deep breath to adjust his state of mind. He forced himself to calm down and then urged the mechanical bug to move forward again. Of course, on the way, he stayed thousands of miles away from the ancient creature's remains, which were emitting powerful auras. He didn't dare to get too close for fear of misfortune. His cultivation was too weak. Even though Yi Xian was in the universe realm, the 15th realm, he wouldn't let go of those ancient creatures' remains easily. Each of them was precious flesh and bones. Some of them even had golden blood flowing in them. Those things were the real medicines of flesh and blood. If they were put into the Shenong cauldron to be boiled and refined, the pills refined would definitely be extraordinary. They might even be able to revive the dead. Unfortunately, he had to give up now. Fortunately, no one dared to explore this void. Even if they did, they would be scared out of their wits when they reached the periphery of the core hinterland and saw the powerful beings of Universe Realm and Star-Lord Realm everywhere. In fact, this was indeed the case. Even Emperor Xiaofeng and the others had stopped at that area 3 times before. They hadn't reached the depths of the core hinterland. They didn't dare to move forward at all. At this moment, Yi Xian could only brace himself and keep moving forward. This was because the tidal exploration task couldn't be failed. Otherwise, the price would be too high. After another 3 days, 8 days had passed. Finally, there was a different scene in the void ahead. For an entire 3 days, Yi Xian didn't know how many terrifying corpses of ancient creatures Yi Xian had seen along the way. Both he and Chanas were numb to it. At this moment, a corner of silvery white light suddenly appeared in front of him in this pitch-black void. In this pitch-black void, there was a strong divine aura. Chapter 3503. The gigantic cauldron that radiated a divine, milky white radiance was like a gigantic star. Furthermore, it was slowly rotating, indicating that it possessed some sort of special power. And this power was still present. The power of the sacred cauldron was still operating. The outer walls of the cauldron were engraved with countless cryptic runes. Yi Xian did not recognize a single one of them. He stared at any of the runes for a long time and felt his eyes swell with pain. Even his primordial spirit was somewhat unstable. Apart from this, there were also countless chains on the body of the giant cauldron. One end of the chains was connected to the cauldron, seemingly entering the interior of the cauldron. The other end of the chains was deep into the cracks of the void in the distance. There were countless chains like this, but their functions were clearly different. On each chain, there was a bit of light flowing slowly, but the direction of the light was flowing was different. Some of the radiance on the chains extended into the depths of the void and flowed into the cauldron. It seemed to be transporting something into the cauldron. And some of the radiance on the chains flowed from the end of the cauldron to the depths of the void in the distance. It seemed that something was being transported out of the cauldron through these chains. If this was really the case, then this gigantic cauldron that was like a star was clearly a transfer station. Some things were being transported in from the cracks of the void. After being transformed by the cauldron, they would then be transported out through the chains. No one knew what was being transported into the cauldron, and no one knew where it came from. And even more so, no one knew what was being transported out of the cauldron, and where it was ultimately being transported to. Just as Yi Xian was shocked by all this and did not know what to do, the cauldron in front of him suddenly changed. Rumble! Boom! A huge rumbling sound rang out. Of the countless chains connected to the cauldron, dozens of them suddenly lit up. The radiance flowing on the chains instantly grew brighter. Yi Xian noticed that these chains were all of that kind of radiance. It was the kind that flowed from the cracks of the void into the cauldron. In other words, these dozens of chains that suddenly lit up should be transporting something into the cauldron. Each chain was segmented, not a pipe. But Yi Xian clearly felt that something was flowing along the chains, transforming into radiance, and being transported into the cauldron. This situation lasted for about a minute. The dozens of chains that suddenly lit up suddenly returned to normal. The speed of the cauldron also spun faster, but it was still very slow. After all, the size of the cauldron was there. What was strange was that no matter how the cauldron spun, the countless chains did not move. They were suspended in the void of the void, majestically and silently, with only a dim radiance that flowing radiance. Soon, the star-like cauldron suddenly cracked and shook violently. A milky white light gushed out from the top of the cauldron, as if something was about to rush out from inside. This kind of scene was very similar to the strange phenomena that occurred before the birth of some rare treasures. Both had the light of treasures soaring into the sky. Oh my God, a great creation. This is definitely a great creation. Behind Yi Xian, the commander of the demon royal guards, Chanas, who had woken up at some point, suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "The radiance of treasures is definitely a sign of the birth of a supreme treasure. Sha Sha. Lord Sha, we are rich this time." Just as he finished speaking, a golden radiance rushed out from the huge cauldron. It seemed to be quite coincidental. It was actually coming toward the void where the mechanical demon bug was. Therefore, on the holographic three-dimensional screen in front of Yi Xian and Chanas, it seemed that the golden radiance was growing bigger. The golden radiance that shot out from the cauldron in a parabola was getting bigger and bigger. A strong sense of crisis suddenly struck Yi Xian's heart. He did not hesitate for a moment and immediately ordered the mechanical demon bug to retreat. Whoosh! The mechanical demon bug jumped with all its might, but this time, it retreated hundreds of miles in an instant. Then, it jumped a second time. Just like that, In just a few breaths, after jumping several times, it had already retreated more than 2,000 miles in the void. The golden radiance that was coming from the front finally landed. It hung in the void 10,000 miles away and did not move anymore. In the next moment, Yixian and Chanas saw the true appearance of the golden radiance. It was actually a corpse. It was a single-horned golden crow. It was 10,000 feet long, but only half of its body was visible. Its flesh and internal organs were all pale gold. The surface of its body was covered with black feathers. There were specks of golden light on its black feathers. Its entire body was enveloped by the golden flames that surged out of its body. However, these golden flames were not pure. There were gray spots. Its aura also surpassed the level of a Star Lord. The mechanical demon bug could only look from 10,000 miles away. Once it got close, its alloy body would collapse. Oh my God! Chanas, who was still full of excitement a moment ago, fell to the ground again when he saw the appearance of the so-called precious treasure. He let out a scream, rolled his eyes, and fainted again. Yixian also opened his mouth wide. This scene was so strange that even he was a little shocked. Following that, a thought flashed through Yixian's mind. He seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. He turned his head to look at the remains of the other desolate ancient creatures that were lying in the air. He cried out involuntarily, "Could it be that all the chains that are flowing from the end of the void crack to the direction of the cauldron are transporting the remains of these primordial creatures into the cauldron? Then where did these chains come from? Is it similar to the mysterious void where the true body of the void giant tortoise is in the sea of abyss turtles? And this one-legged golden crow with impure bloodline and the remains of the primordial creatures in the void around are all defective products that were spat out by the giant cauldron? Even the remains of this type of existence are not qualified, not accepted, thrown away like trash. Then, how powerful would the remains that could be left behind in the enormous furnace be? Are they the remains of the primordial masters or the supreme beings of the primordial times? If everything is true, then what does this giant cauldron get in the end when it refines the remains of the primordial creatures that are qualified? What is the destination of these final products through another type of chain? The truth was simply horrifying. What kind of existence could actually create such a refining system? Even the void giant tortoise, which was a supreme being of the primordial times, could have been used as raw materials. Perhaps when it was finally destroyed by the demonic blade on its back in that mysterious void, its body was also destroyed. Chapter 3504. Yixian's conjecture was too shocking and terrifying. Although Yixian didn't want to believe or accept it, he knew that this was the truth. The one who made all this was most likely the commander of the enemy camp, the green eye of the heavenly way that was suspected to represent the will of the heavenly way in untainted land. The ancient cage connected to the forbidden valley of the Devil Emperor planet was his work. This void refining grand array, which was more complicated and purposeful, was also his handiwork. In the unparalleled war in untainted land, the camp of the headless baby was obviously defeated. Therefore, the loser had no right or spare energy to take care of the post-war arrangements. Only the victorious side had the ability and leisure to make all these arrangements. Yixian had been wondering why there were so many powerful primordial masters in untainted land, including the green eye of the heavenly way, but he hadn't seen any of them in this era. Now, it seemed that none of them had fallen. They were all dormant. Maybe it was because they were seriously injured, or maybe it was because of some other scheme. For example, Yixian already had a slight understanding of the void refinement formation in front of him. He even had an astonishing guess of the materials refined within the enormous cauldron. However, Yixian still had no idea about its ultimate purpose. No matter how imaginative he was, he couldn't figure out the scheme of the green eye of the heavenly way. In the unparalleled war in untainted land, it was obvious that many powerful creatures of the untainted land were seriously injured and dormant. For example, the giant tortoise of the void was one of them. In the mysterious unknown plane where it was dormant, there were more creatures of the untainted land. The green eye of the heavenly way was so horrible that it was actually consuming their vitality. Once they fell, It would use their remains to refine them in this huge furnace. What was it extracting? Where would the refined substance be transported to along another kind of chain of light? What kind of existences would benefit from it in the end? All of this entangled in Yi Xian's mind, turning into one huge question after another that circled endlessly. For a moment, he actually forgot about the quest for the system's title. All of his thoughts were focused on the terrifying secret of the primordial era in front of him. It was also at this moment that a sudden change occurred. Just as Yi Xian's mind was spinning endlessly as he pondered over everything before him, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in front of his chest. Then, a vicious howl filled with monstrous resentment suddenly rang out. The headless corpse, which had been in a dormant state all this time, seemed to have sensed something and suddenly woke up. Yi Xian was shocked, and then his expression turned solemn. Everything in front of him was the same as the ancient cage connected to the forbidden valley of the demon emperor star. They were all suspected to be the work of the commander of the enemy camp, the heavenly green eye. It was the archenemy of the headless infant corpse. Moreover, there must be some kind of secret plot here. It was some kind of arrangement made by the enemy after the great battle that had lasted from the remote antiquity to the present. If the headless infant corpse didn't know about it, it would be fine. But now that it knew and saw it with its own eyes, how could it not be angry? What's that sound? The vicious howl of the headless infant corpse was too shocking. Not only was Yi Xian startled, but even the commander of the demon emperor guards, Xianxia, who had just fainted, was also awakened. He crawled up with a face full of horror. He asked while looking around, because he felt that he had just vaguely heard something. The terrifying howl did not seem to come from outside the ship, but from inside the mechanical worm's abdomen. It was also at this moment that a blood-red light rushed out from Yi Xian's chest and turned into a headless infant corpse that was about a foot in size in the blink of an eye. It floated in front of Yi Xian. The infant corpse's neck was headless, and its head was in its arms. Its eyes, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened at this moment, and its eyes were filled with green lines. They were ferocious and terrifying, and they happened to meet the gaze of Xianxia, who had just crawled up. Oh my God, such a scene was too terrifying. A baby that was no more than a foot in size was actually hugging its own head and staring at him ferociously with its eyes wide open. No one would be able to stand it. Xianxia screamed, his eyes rolled back, and he quickly passed out again. Yi Xian did not even look at him. His eyes were already fixed on the headless infant corpse that was floating in front of him. His chest rose and fell, and he looked very excited. It's out. It's finally out. At this moment, there was only one sentence in his mind. Of course, there were countless questions behind this sentence. However, at this moment, Yi Xian did not know where to start. Ever since he met the headless infant corpse, the latter had been with Yi Xian, turning into a corpse lamp tattoo that was attached to Yi Xian's left chest. It had even helped Yi Xian escape many times. However, in reality, Yi Xian had very few chances to meet the headless infant corpse. Even when they fought the Heaven's Green Eye clone in the desolate ancient cage together, Yi Xian had immediately lost consciousness after shooting a heaven-falling bow ability. There was simply no time to meet the headless infant corpse. The headless infant corpse communicated face to face. During the time that it was attached to his body, no matter how Yi Xian called out to it, the headless infant corpse did not respond. This made Yi Xian very speechless and even angry. However, there was nothing he could do. Now that the headless infant corpse had finally come out, Yi Xian even felt that this was too surreal, so it was natural for him to be so agitated. What's going on? Why did you choose me? Why did you attach yourself to me in the form of a corpse lamp tattoo? Also, I saw the void giant tortoise's true form. It's in an unknown universe, and there are many similar primordial creatures there. There's a huge black demonic blade on the void giant tortoise's back. It's always been there. During that battle, I saw it many times in the inheritance images. Didn't the void giant tortoise not participate in the battle? Why was it injured? Do you have a way to save it? Screech. Before Yi Xian could finish his questions like a machine gun, the headless infant corpse floating in front of Yi Xian let out another screech. This time, it was even angrier than before. It was clearly because it heard Yi Xian mention the void giant tortoise. However, in the end, it was because the void giant tortoise itself that made it angry. After all, the giant tortoise did not appear on the battlefield back then. Or was it because the void giant tortoise was injured and on the verge of death that made it angry? Yi Xian had no way to tell. Chapter 3505. By the time Yi Xian reacted, the headless corpse had once again transformed into a corpse lamp tattoo. At the same time, it was on his left chest, causing him to be completely stunned on the spot. His entire person was in a bad state. After a long time, Yi Xian roared furiously. It was too infuriating. It was not easy to catch this guy out for once. While he was shocked, he finally asked a part of the doubts in his heart. But it was good. It just hissed again and threw a look at him to let him slowly understand it. Then it went back inside. Not only did Yi Xian's doubts not get answered, but he also had another one. For example, why did the headless infant corpse react so strongly when he mentioned the void giant turtle? Was it because of the void giant tortoise itself that it suddenly became angry? Or was it because it was heavily injured and on the verge of death? This was a completely different concept. If it was the former, then it meant that the reason why the void turtle didn't appear in that battle all those years ago was because it had two hearts. In that case, even if Yi Xian would still follow the instructions of the nether turtle ancestor to think of a way to save it, his goal would be different. However, not only did the headless infant corpse not answer, it didn't even give him half a hint. This was driving him crazy. After roaring for a while, there was still no reaction from his chest. Just as Yi Xian was about to dejectedly give up, the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest suddenly heated up again. Immediately after, a voice appeared in Yi Xian's mind. It was distant, but there was a childish tenderness to it. Go, enter the netherworld furnace. I will protect you. Take as much as you can. When you have to retreat, I will warn you. Netherworld furnace? Protect me? Take as much as you can? Recalling the contents of these two sentences, Yi Xian was stunned at first, but then his heart began to pound wildly. The headless infant corpse's meaning was very clear. It wanted him to enter the huge furnace in front of him and fish for good fortune. Take as much as he could. Originally, Yi Xian couldn't even get close to the waste in the surrounding void that the furnace didn't care about, let alone enter this so-called netherworld furnace. But since the infant corpse had given such an explanation, it must be fine. In addition, when it was time to retreat, it would warn Yi Xian. What was there to worry about? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Even an idiot would know that the cauldron in front of them was extremely terrifying. Not even cosmic lords could get close to it, let alone enter it. The corpses of primordial creatures beyond the cosmic lord level littered the void around them were proof of that. However, Yi Xian was very confident in the headless infant corpse's abilities. Although this void refinement array was set up by the heavenly Dao Green Eye that was suspected to be the avatar of the primordial heavenly Dao, the headless infant corpse was an existence that could fight against it head-on. That fellow was not here now. Even if the headless infant corpse was not in good condition, it should still be fine if it protected him and walked in. What was the problem? Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately tempted. Now that Xianxia had fainted, it saved him some trouble. Immediately, he stepped out of the mechanical demon bug's abdomen and appeared in the void outside. Then, with a wave of his hand, he kept the mechanical demon bug into the undying world in his body. Of course, he kept it in with everything sealed, in case Xianxia woke up and saw something that he shouldn't see. After doing all this, Yi Xian felt his chest heat up again. A faint green, blood-red light shot out and spread. Finally, it enveloped Yi Xian's entire body, as if there was a layer of blood-red film on the surface of his body. The strange thing was that Yi Xian couldn't sense this blood-red film at all. It clearly existed and could be seen, but Yi Xian couldn't touch it at all. When he raised his hand to touch it, he could only touch his own body and the transformed clothes. The headless infant corpse's means were indeed extraordinary. Obviously, the protective means it was talking about was this blood-red film. Such an inconspicuous film could protect Yi Xian as he entered that so-called netherworld furnace, where even Star Lords couldn't get close. This was really inconceivable, but Yi Xian firmly believed it. However, this gave him a very strange feeling. Although he was extremely confident in the methods of the headless infant corpse, out of habit, Yixian was still very careful at first. He slowly approached and quickly entered within 10,000 kilometers of the remains of a Star Lord-level desolate ancient creature in the surrounding space. As expected, the feeling of his body being torn apart didn't appear. This layer of blood-red film was indeed miraculous. It directly isolated the pressure that originally existed. Yixian's heart thumped. He glanced at this ancient creature that, even though it had fallen for an unknown number of years, still exuded a pressure that far exceeded that of a Star Lord-level creature. Some of the wounds on its body still had some golden blood flowing. Yixian wanted to collect it. He could use the Shenong cauldron to refine great medicines. Just as he was about to approach, the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest burned again, revealing a hint of urging. It seemed to be somewhat impatient. It was unknown whether the headless infant corpse felt that Yixian was too slow or that he was picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons. He didn't want the good things in the sacred netherworld furnace in front of him, but he actually picked up these wastes. No matter which one it was, Yixian could only give up on his original plan. He shook his head and bitterly smiled as his figure quickly flashed forward, completely ignoring the blood and flesh of some of the terrifying creatures he saw along the way. After a short while, he arrived in front of the enormous star furnace that the headless infant corpse called the Netherworld Furnace. Fong. As they got closer, the star-like furnace seemed even larger. Yixian stopped in his tracks and raised his head to look. Just as he glanced at it, the corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest burned once again. The meaning was the same, urging him on again. You don't have to be in such a hurry to reincarnate, right? I have to see clearly where to enter from. Yixian was speechless. He rolled his eyes and then leaped up to the top of the giant star furnace. What he saw was a milky white mist, like an atmosphere, shrouding the entrance above the giant star furnace. Although this thing was huge, it was in the shape of a cauldron. Therefore, the entrance should be above. In fact, the corpse of the one-legged golden crow was indeed spat out from the top of the cauldron. Yixian didn't hesitate any longer. He jumped down and passed through the thick, liquid-like milky white mist. Soon, he arrived in the inner world of the giant star furnace. During this process, Yixian's whole body felt slightly cold. He felt that some matter, or rather energy, passed through the blood-green membrane of the headless infant corpse's body and came into contact with his skin. It entered his body through his pores, making him feel as if he was floating in the air. Chapter 3506. This milky white mist was as thick as a liquid, and its energy was very pure. It didn't have any attributes, and it was very beneficial to Yixian's body. It was a type of nourishment. All this time, he had used the gene cultivation fluid to break through the shackles of his body and tear apart the invisible chains in his body. This would leave behind some hidden injuries, but at this moment, with the nourishment of this milky white energy, Yixian instantly felt his entire body become lively. Previously, on the path of evolution, the few hidden injuries that were left behind were quickly being healed. The giant star cauldron was very large, and the layer of milky white mist energy at the mouth of the cauldron was also very thick. In addition, the headless infant corpse was deliberately absorbed by the blood-green membrane, so as Yixian's body fell, the blood-green membrane entered his body and entered through his 108,000 tiny pores into the milky white mist. The amount of mist was extremely large, and in just 10 breaths of time, the familiar sound of a system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host! Your physical body's blood energy realm has increased. Current realm, Mystic Light Realm Level 1. Mystic Light Realm Level 1? He broke through just like that? Yixian's face was filled with shock. He now had a clearer understanding of the miraculous effects of the milky white mist on his body. This is indeed good stuff. It would be a waste if I didn't take it. Anyway, the infant corpse said that I should take as many benefits as I can. When it's time to leave, it will naturally warn me. In his ecstasy, Yixian muttered to himself. Then, he flipped his hand and took out a bottle-shaped spatial treasure from his undying world. It was similar to the bottle he had used to collect the water from the Een pond in the depths of the Een demon race's nest in the second universe. The space inside this bottle was very large, and it could hold a lot of liquid. As the bottle was taken out, the layer of blood-green membrane that covered Yi Xian's hand quickly flowed and wrapped around the bottle as well. A thin layer covered the bottle. If he didn't do that, the small bottle wouldn't be able to hold on for long and would soon be crushed by the invisible pressure in the surrounding void. Yi Xian immediately activated the power in his body and began to absorb the milky white spirit liquid in the air around him. All of this was synchronized with the absorption of his body. However, Yi Xian's absorption speed was slower than the absorption speed of the small spatial bottle in his left hand was extremely fast. A small whirlpool had already appeared. Yi Xian even felt the sensation of a liquid rapidly flowing. The direction that the milky white mist that was as thick as liquid was flowing towards was obviously the small spatial bottle in his left hand. It was poured into the bottle and stored away. In a short span of 10 breaths, the small spatial bottle in Yi Xian's hand was already filled to the brim. This was because the milky white mist that was like the atmosphere of a planet was simply too vast. In addition, the absorption speed was very fast. In a span of 10 breaths, the bottle already had more than 10,000 cubic meters of milky white liquid. Yi Xian had already tested the effects of this liquid. It was absolutely heaven-defying. In the future, on the path of physical evolution, he would be able to absorb and refine some of this liquid at regular intervals to heal the hidden injuries left behind on the path of physical evolution. However, Yi Xian still didn't know the name of this milky white spirit liquid. Although the system had come into contact with it, it didn't give any appraisal results. Yi Xian decided to temporarily call it Netherworld Furnace Lotion. With a flip of his hand, he stored the small spatial bottle filled with Netherworld Furnace Lotion into his body. Yi Xian then took out a few more bottles. This time, he absorbed them all at the same time. Fortunately, the headless infant corpse seemed to agree with Yi Xian's method and cooperated fully. Just as he took out these few small spatial bottles, a vortex appeared at the mouth of each bottle. A large amount of milky white liquid from the Netherworld Furnace Lotion was currently flowing into it. This proved one thing, that this Netherworld Furnace Lotion was indeed a good thing. Otherwise, why would the headless infant corpse be so cooperative? The speed was very fast. When Yi Xian's figure passed through this incomparably thick layer of Netherworld Furnace Lotion, the few spatial bottles in his hand were all filled up. The process of absorbing the Netherworld Furnace Lotion from the countless pores on his body had also completely stopped. On one hand, it was because he had already passed through this layer of Netherworld Furnace Lotion. On the other hand, it was because this layer of Netherworld Furnace Lotion had become extremely thin and no longer had the feeling of being as thick as a liquid. After all, no matter how thick and wide the floating liquid layer was, it couldn't withstand Yi Xian's frenzied absorption. He had already filled several small spatial bottles. Each small spatial bottle could hold 10,000 cubic meters of liquid. This was equivalent to tens of thousands of cubic meters of Netherworld Furnace Lotion. He didn't know that if such a thing appeared in the outside world, even some of the mighty figures of the universe would fight tooth and nail for it, even if it was just a few dozen drops. It was because this thing could not only heal the hidden injuries of the physical body, but also injuries of the great Tao, including the soul and the essence spirit. It could be said to be the heavenly creation treasure liquid. Its miraculous effect was only second to a few legendary treasured liquids such as the Chaos Divine Liquid. However, Yi Xian had absorbed several cubic meters of it, which was simply shocking. However, this was only possible because of the headless infant corpse. Otherwise, even a terrifying existence beyond the Star-Lord state wouldn't have been able to do so. He couldn't even get close to this huge cauldron, let alone absorb the Netherworld Furnace Lotion inside it. At this moment, as Yi Xian descended from the top of the cauldron and entered the Star Cauldron, the scene inside was finally reflected in his eyes. The scene was too shocking. It was far better than what he had seen outside the cauldron. Even though Yi Xian had been mentally prepared, he was still shocked. He floated in the air inside the cauldron and stared blankly at everything in front of him. He couldn't help but tremble slightly. He couldn't control his trembling at all. No wonder the headless infant corpse called the cauldron a netherworld furnace. This place was indeed like infernal prison. Previously, when Yi Xian was in the void outside, he'd already had this feeling when he saw the remains of the desolate ancient creatures around him. But now, after entering the cauldron and seeing everything clearly, he suddenly felt that what he saw outside was really nothing. It was because it was too ordinary. Compared to that, everything inside this huge cauldron was truly shocking. This was the real infernal purgatory, and it was even better than that. At this moment, Yi Xian deeply understood the essence of the term netherworld furnace. The so-called netherworld furnace referred to the netherworld in front and the furnace behind. Everything in front of him was more terrifying than the infernal prison. It was indeed worthy of the name Netherworld. Chapter 3507. Rumble, Kachak Kachak. Both voices were very low, and they weren't very hurried. They seemed to be slow and sluggish. Originally, they shouldn't have had such a soul-stirring effect, but when they entered Yi Xian's ears, they clearly caused his body to tremble even more violently. The rumbling was the sound of the furnace of flesh and blood turning inside the cauldron. The strange cracking noises were the sound of the flesh and blood of a large number of powerful primordial creatures being crushed by the cauldron, turning into minced meat and bones. It was a horrifying scene. Truly horrifying. There were two areas inside the cauldron. In the center was a huge millstone with 2 levels and a hole in the middle. At this moment, the huge hole contained the remains of many primordial creatures, moving up and down as the millstone rotated in reverse. This was a true furnace of flesh and blood. Yi Xian even saw the remains of half of the golden divine dragon's body within the countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood in this enormous hole. Of course, it wasn't the golden divine dragon that had left behind the inheritance for him. It should be a descendant of the clan that had yet to grow to the primordial sovereign. Even so, this divine golden dragon should be extremely powerful. Even though it had fallen countless years ago and only left behind half of its body, Yi Xian still felt an incomparably powerful pressure assaulting his face. It was far more powerful than those abandoned existences in the void outside the cauldron. In addition, Yi Xian also saw an ancient Xianxia. Its aura was also extremely powerful, close to that of a primordial supreme like the Void Ladle. Although it couldn't be the one that had inherited the Skyfall Bow's bloodline ability from Yi Xian, their bloodline must be extremely close. Even if it wasn't a direct descendant, it should be within 3 generations of direct bloodline. Apart from that, the remains of Bloodthirst Lion, Cyan Sky Rock, 9-headed Blood Dragon, Demonic Blood Dragon, and other creatures from the Primordial Era that were close to or slightly weaker than Supreme Primordial Era were everywhere. But without exception, all of them were incomplete. Moreover, they had been crushed into pieces of flesh and bones of different sizes by the huge furnace of flesh and blood. This wasn't the end. As the huge furnace of flesh and blood slowly rotated, the remains of primordial creatures in the center of the millstone were also crushed. Gradually, even Yi Xian couldn't recognize their original appearance. Whether it was the divine golden dragon, the Xianxia, the bloodlust lion, or the azure sky rock, all the remains of primordial creatures were crushed into mincemeat and mixed together. The flesh and bones that were emitting all kinds of auspicious light blended and mixed with each other. The sparkling precious blood of different colors mixed together. In the end, the blood and flesh could no longer be distinguished from each other. There was no longer any solid matter in the huge hole, and it turned into a semi-fluid substance. However, there was still endless auspicious light that rushed into the heavens. Some of them directly dissipated in the void. They were probably some of the past that were considered as impurities and couldn't be retained by the furnace of flesh and blood. There were also some that turned into strands of milky white mist that slowly rose into the air and merged into the thin atmosphere above the cauldron. The milky white mist was probably something like the origin of the innate Tao or Yuanshen. It was broken into tiny molecules that could be traced back to the origin, and turned into pure energy that merged into the atmosphere above the furnace. As the energy accumulated, the density increased and finally turned into the dark furnace elixir. No wonder this nether furnace lotion possessed such miraculous effects. It was actually condensed from the essence energy left behind by crushing the remains of a large amount of formidable living beings that were close to or even had already attained the level of a primordial almighty figure. It was simply shocking and astounding. But obviously, the essence energy was not the real purpose of the furnace of flesh and blood to refine the remains of primordial creatures. It was only a byproduct that was produced during the process and could be used. The real dark furnace elixir was the transparent liquid that flowed out from the almost non-existent gap between the two layers of the millstone. If it were an ordinary millstone, what flowed out of the thin slit around the millstone would be the grains and grains. But for this furnace of flesh and blood, what flowed out of the thin slit was the true essence of the powerful primordial creatures at the center of the holes. These primordial creatures were of different species. Some of them were golden in color, and their blood was as bright as the sun, emitting dazzling golden light. Some of them were burning with blood-red flames, giving off endless killing intent and evil vibes. After their flesh and blood were crushed into mud, they were in an indescribably weird color, and their auras were extremely complicated and terrifying. But at this moment, as some impurities such as memories, karma, and so on turned into smoke and disappeared, and as some unnecessary innate energy was expelled, the liquid rose and condensed into liquid. In the end, the liquid that flowed out from a thin crack at the edge of the furnace of flesh and blood was incomparably transparent and colorless. It didn't even have the slightest aura of pressure. It was so pure that it was like the purest crystal in the world had turned into liquid. Yixian only took a few glances at it, and he felt his entire soul become much calmer. There wasn't a lot of this pure, crystal-like liquid. In the huge hole in the center of the furnace, a large amount of nine-colored mud was rolling, and there was also a lot of karma impurities and milky white mist that turned into smoke from time to time. But the transparent liquid that flowed out from the gap on the sides of the furnace dropped drop by drop. After a long time, a drop fell into the groove under the gap. This was the inner layer of the furnace. And on the outer layer, there was a circle of chains. These chains weren't the kind that transported the raw materials of flesh and blood into the furnace, but the kind that transported the raw materials to the end of the void crack in the distance. Because Yi Xian could clearly see that the inner end of these chains was connected to the groove in the inner layer of the furnace. From time to time, a drop of mysterious, transparent spirit liquid would drip onto the chains, and at this time, the chains would immediately shine brightly, and endless obscure runes would appear, spreading all the way into the distance. Seeing this, Yi Xian suddenly came to a realization as if he'd been enlightened. The purpose of this furnace was to collect a large amount of flesh and blood of powerful primordial creatures, and to refine this transparent, crystal-like unknown liquid into the void cracks through these chains. And at the end of each different void crack, there was a race that was being nurtured, and in the future, they would blossom with extraordinary splendor and follow the eyes of the heavenly Tao to conquer the world again. Or, at the end of the chains, there were supreme generals of the primordial era. They were heavily injured and needed these things to repair themselves. In short, the purpose of this furnace was to gradually restore and strengthen the strength of the heavenly Tao's camp. No wonder the headless infant corpse would act and let Yi Xian get as much as he could. Chapter 3508. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't allow the enemy's strategic resources to fall into his hands. He was prepared to make a sneaky move, so he had to take them all in one go. If possible, he even wanted to refine the core of this void refining formation, this giant furnace, just like how he had refined the farmer god cauldron in the heavenly Battlestar region. However, just as this thought surfaced in his mind, Yi Xian felt a sudden heat on the left side of his chest. The headless corpse was warning him. Obviously, this wasn't realistic. Either Yi Xian couldn't do it, or doing so would trigger unforeseen and severe consequences. The headless corpse wouldn't allow it. Yi Xian sighed. He could only take a step back and seek for resources. He had his eyes on the resources within the cauldron. After looking around, Yi Xian locked onto his target. The flesh grindstone in the center was very large. Although the amount of transparent liquid that dripped out from the slits around the grindstone was very small, it took a long time for a single drop to appear. However, the thin line was long enough, so the amount was still quite considerable. Of course, It couldn't compare to the thin netherworld furnace lotion in the air. Yi Xian immediately took out a small spatial bottle and began to work. He circled the giant furnace millstone and began to collect the transparent liquid. Dong! A drop of transparent liquid fell into the bottle, producing a very textured and pleasant sound. Yi Xian moved and collected another drop of transparent liquid that was falling into the bottle. After circling the millstone once, he had collected a total of 700 to 800 drops of transparent liquid. At this time, the slits around the furnace had temporarily stopped dripping. However, the 9-colored flesh in the giant hole in the center was still churning. Clearly, it was brewing the next round of transparent liquid. Since he had no choice but to wait, Yi Xian tried to extract a drop of transparent liquid from the jade bottle in his hand. He let it float in front of his eyes and carefully observed it. This drop of liquid was pure and transparent, like the highest grade of crystal. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that there were mysterious runes, chains, and the like flashing within. This was very strange. It was clearly a transparent and pure object, but he could see the mysterious runes and chains within it. Yi Xian almost suspected that he was hallucinating. It was also at this moment that a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the source of all evil. Grade, Starry Sky Treasure. Attribute, Laws of Nature Origin Natural Spiritual Liquid. Do you want to refine it now? What? Was this the root of all evil? As the system notification rang in his mind, Yi Xian's body shook violently as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. It was too unexpected. This drop of liquid, which was many times purer than the best crystal, was actually the source of all evil? Such a beautiful and dreamlike object actually had such an extremely evil name. This caused people to daydream and lead to endless divergent thoughts. Moreover, such a small drop of liquid was actually a starry sky supreme treasure, which was simply unimaginable. However, when he thought about it again, it was actually an innate spirit liquid that was related to the source of laws. This made sense. Anything related to a starry sky magic weapon could never be too simple. And Yi Xian had just absorbed hundreds of drops of this innate spirit liquid. In other words, he now had hundreds of drops of starry sky supreme treasure in his hands, which was simply frightening. Soon, Yi Xian recovered from his shock and was overjoyed, because this time the tidal exploration task of the system could finally be completed. He immediately absorbed the drop of transparent liquid suspended in front of him into his body and directly handed it to the devouring system. He also gave the instruction to refine it immediately. To his surprise, as soon as the instruction to refine was given, the system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the source of all evil. The tidal exploration task of the system is completed. Current title: Interstellar Raider. Interstellar Raider. This title comes with a halo effect. On the original basis of the first 4 titles, Interstellar Traveler, Interstellar Adventurer, Interstellar Explorer, and Interstellar Pathfinder, a brand new system ability will be added, which will be activated randomly. At the same time, the number of interstellar coordinates imprinted on any universe plane will be increased. The previous one will increase to 2. Ding! The system explanation is complete. Do you want to obtain a random system ability immediately? At this point, the tidal exploration task of the system was successfully completed. Yi Xian's title of the devouring system in his body had entered the 5th level, and he had become a powerful interstellar raider. At this moment, Yi Xian's pressure was greatly reduced, and his mind was quickly focused on the matter of stealing the enemy's resources. At this moment, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind for the 3rd time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up the ancient Dongshu formula. Current cultivation level, Level 9 Black Hole Realm Full Circle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up the physical body. Current cultivation level, Level 2 Mystic Light Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up the physical body. Current cultivation level, Level 3 Mystic Light Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up the Bloodline ability Giant Dragon's Roar. Current cultivation level, Intermediate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up the bloodline ability Demonic Dragon's Eye. Current cultivation level, Intermediate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up the bloodline ability Dark and Dark Vision. Current cultivation level, Intermediate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up the bloodline ability Demonic Soul Pupil. Current cultivation level, Intermediate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up the spiritual power ability Spiritual Reversal. Current cultivation level, Intermediate. As the series of system notifications sounded in his mind, Xian was completely stunned. The effect of this drop of the root of all evil was simply too incredible. Perhaps it was because this was the first time he had refined it to nourish his primordial spirit and physical body, so the effect was the most obvious. Not only did it allow Xian's physical body to make continuous breakthroughs, even his stagnant ancient Dongshu formula cultivation method level had improved. His cultivation level had also directly broken through from Black Hole Level 1 to Black Hole Level 9. Of course, this could also be because Xian's physical body had already far surpassed that of a Black Hole Realm cultivator. In short, Xian's overall combat strength had increased by a large margin in an instant. This was not the end of it. Not only did his cultivation method level and physical body level increase, but the various bloodline abilities and spiritual secret techniques that he had mastered had also improved to a certain extent. In terms of bloodline abilities, the demonic dragon bloodline ability related to the black gold dragon scales had all been upgraded from the initial level to the intermediate level. However, the fallen sky bow had not changed. This kind of ability did not have any level and would only change according to the strength of the user's cultivation level. Chapter 3509. A single drop of the origin of all evil had allowed Xian to obtain such a huge benefit. Not only had his cultivation base and physical body, but even the various bloodline abilities, mental strength secret techniques, and so on had all increased in level. All in all, his overall battle strength had skyrocketed compared to before. This made him realize the preciousness of this mysterious spirit liquid, the source of all evil, almost instantly. Even if the harvest this time was only because he refined it for the first time, and might not be able to achieve this effect in the future, the fact that it could only be encountered and not sought after still could not be erased. Overjoyed, Xian did not immediately activate the permission to randomly activate a new ability of the system that he had obtained from completing the system's exploration mission. Instead, he glanced at the mysterious millstone in the center of the huge furnace again. At this time, some faint transparent water stains had appeared in the cracks around the millstone again. Obviously, more drops of the spiritual liquid of the origin of all evil would drip down soon. Xian was pleasantly surprised. His figure flashed and he moved around the huge millstone. Every time he saw a drop of the spiritual liquid of the origin of all evil, he would immediately reach out and grab the small space bottle. Then he heard a soft sound, which was pleasing to the ear and soothing to the heart. This meant that there was now one more drop of the spiritual liquid of the origin of all evil in his hand. This time, perhaps because the 9-colored flesh and blood in the huge hole in the center of the millstone had decreased a lot, the transparent liquid that flowed out from the cracks around the millstone was obviously less than the previous round. Moreover, the speed of the liquid dripping down was much slower. After a while, Xian's harvest this time was only about half of the previous round's harvest. The total of the 2 rounds of spiritual liquid of the origin of all evil was only slightly more than 1,000 drops. From the looks of it, the 3rd round of spiritual liquid of the origin of all evil would be even less, unless the chains that were circling the inner wall of the furnace above to transport the flesh and blood into the furnace once again transported a new batch of remains of the desolate era creatures from the cracks in the void and threw them into the huge hole in the center of the millstone. This was to replenish the raw materials. Perhaps only then would the speed of the spiritual liquid drop increase again. However, Xian could not wait any longer. He could feel that the corpse lantern tattoo on the left side of his chest was starting to heat up. Although the headless corpse did not give off any warning signs, Xian knew that he did not have much time left in this cauldron. Who knew when the next batch of desolate era corpses would arrive? These were not fruits that could be plucked from the ground where they could have as many as they wanted. It was possible that they would only send a batch every 100 years or even 1,000 years. In short, the chains that were responsible for transporting raw materials were unreliable. The only way was to gain as much benefits as possible based on what they had. With that thought in mind, Xian turned his gaze towards the large number of chains that surrounded the grooves at the bottom of the millstone. His eyes suddenly lit up. Before the spiritual liquid was collected, there was already a round of spiritual liquid dripping into the grooves and being absorbed by these chains. However, at this moment, it should still be on the way and hasn't reached the end of the chains. The beneficiary gets it. Since that's the case, it means that there is still a chance for them to reverse the flow. This is something that this great master has his eyes on. How can I allow others to covet it? Even if you eat it, you'll have to spit it back out for me. With that thought in mind, Xian deliberately moved. His eyes glowed with a green light. Without hesitation, he went straight to the huge grooves and extended the small spatial bottle. He pointed it at one of the chains connected to the grooves and immediately activated the small spatial bottle in his hand. A suction force instantly surged out. The end of the chain lit up with runes and quickly spread into the distance. This was just an experiment. Xian did not know if it would be effective. He was a little nervous. After a short breath, a pleasant jingling sound entered his ears, followed by 2 more jingling sounds. Just like that, the 3 drops of the source of all evil's spiritual liquid that were still on the way were forcibly sucked back from the chains. Damn, it's really effective. I'm rich now. Xian raised his head and swept a glance. There were at least several hundred chains around the grooves. If he could snatch 2 or 3 drops from each chain, he would have more than 1,000 drops in total. This was absolutely exciting. Many a little makes a mickle. It was clear that he was going to make a fortune again. At the same time, at the end of the spatial rift that the chain was connected to, there was a mysterious place that was unfathomably far away from the source of all evil, separated by an unknown number of universes. A strange beast covered in blood-red scales suddenly turned over and let out a shrill roar. If Xian were here at this moment, he would definitely be frightened by this strange beast covered in blood-red scales. This was because the aura emanating from its body was clearly that of a supreme primordial on the same level as the golden divine dragon and the desolate Xianxia. This supreme primordial belonged to the camp of the Green Eye of the Heaven's Way. It had been heavily injured in the battle all those years ago, causing its wheel of ways to crack. It had always been hiding in space to recover. During this period of time, it would be able to enjoy a few drops of the source of all evil condensed from the laws of stars within the bodies of countless powerful primordial beings through the netherworld furnace chains set up by the Green Eye of the Heaven's Way. It had mostly recovered from its injuries. However, just earlier, the 3 drops of source of all evil that it was about to obtain had suddenly flowed in reverse and been forcefully pushed back. This made it almost go mad with rage. It almost wanted to follow the netherworld furnace chains that hung down from space above to see what exactly had happened. Unfortunately, its injuries were too heavy in the end. It was utterly unable to tear through space and directly descend to this plane. At this moment, it could only vent its anger and frustration with a deafening roar. Xian was completely unaware of all of this. After absorbing 3 drops of all evil origin liquid from the first chain, Xian's spirit was greatly boosted. The second chain closest to him was only about 10 meters away, so Xian rushed over in 2 strides. Following the same pattern, he once again aimed the mouth of the small spatial bottle in his hand at the groove connected to the chain. The position. Afterwards, he activated the absorption ability of the spatial bottle. Afterwards, an extremely powerful suction force extended out from the opening of the spatial bottle due to the support from the headless corpse of the infant. The second chain immediately lit up as well. The runes flickered, and after a breath of time, a pleasant ding-dong sound rang out as a drop of all evil origin liquid fell into the bottle. Xian waited for another 2 breaths of time, but there was no other movement. As it seemed, only a single droplet of source of all evil had been allocated to the chain. This greatly displeased Xian. He muttered, "What a pauper! What a miser!" Chapter 35:10. The Blood Dragon clan was one of the top 10 clans in the Federation of the Second Universe. It was said that the clan was the bloodline descendant of the nine-headed blood dragon from the primordial era, and the bloodline ancestor of the nine-headed blood dragon was the legendary Blood Sea Demon Dragon from the primordial era. At this moment, in the deepest part of the Blood-Horned Dragon clan's ancestral land, in the void, the color of blood was clearly visible for thousands of kilometers. A huge blood cloud was rolling and surging. The blood cloud was majestic and vast, and one could vaguely see a 10,000-meter-long nine-headed blood dragon swallowing the cloud and spitting out fog. Its aura was domineering. Although its aura was not as strong as primordial supremes like the Golden Divine Dragon or the primordial Xianxia, it was not weaker than primordial supremes like the Void Ladle. However, this nine-headed blood dragon was obviously seriously injured. At this time, only 3 of its 9 blood-colored heads were left, and its body was also full of wounds. In the void above its head, there was a section of a chain about 10 feet long that suddenly hung down. In the past, a drop of all evil origin liquid would drip from the end of this chain every year, but the nine-headed blood dragon would not use up all of it. There was only 1 drop of all evil origin liquid every year, and the nine-headed blood flood dragon would only absorb 3/4 of the energy to repair itself. The remaining 1/4 would be injected into the giant blood-colored egg that was churning in the blood cloud center domain. That was its direct descendant. Once it was born, it would possess universe realm cultivation, and its future would be limitless. However, today was supposed to be the day that the drop of all evil origin liquid was supposed to drip. However, just a moment ago, when the drop of all evil origin liquid was about to drip, the nine-headed blood flood dragon had even smelled its fragrance. However, at that moment, everything changed. The all-evil origin liquid that was allocated to it suddenly shrunk back. Its aura was so faint that even it could not sense it. After waiting for a year, this was the result. The nine-headed blood dragon was furious, but its injuries were so severe that it could not tear through the void to search for the all-evil origin liquid. At this moment, it could only vent its anger by roaring like thunder. Outside the secret realm, all the clansmen of the Blood Dragon clan, including the clan leader, were prostrating on the ground, trembling. They did not know what had happened in the secret realm of the ancestral land to make the bloodline primordial ancestors so angry. However, no one dared to go in and ask a question at this moment. They would definitely be in great trouble. At the same time, in the Netherworld Cauldron deep in the origin of all evil star region of the First Universe 1, Yi Xian had just collected the all-evil origin liquid from the 3rd chain. Of course, he was barely satisfied with the result. There were at least 2 drops of all-evil origin liquid. It seems that the chains lead to different destinations, and the amount of all-evil origin elixir that can be distributed every time is also different. As he walked towards the 4th chain, Yi Xian frowned and muttered to himself. From the looks of it, the chain with the most was split into 3 drops of origin liquid. I reckon that the amount of origin liquid that is more than that is extremely limited. Even if there is someone who can get 4 or 5 drops, it would still be extremely rare. If each chain gets an average of 2 drops, 1,000 or so is guaranteed. In that case, including the 1,000 or so drops I collected from the slits of the millstone, I have a total of 2,000 or so drops. That's passable. Even supreme existences of the primordial era would find it hard to obtain a single drop of the all-evil origin elixir condensed from the Netherworld Cauldron. However, the 2,000 drops he had obtained were actually just passable. If the divine golden dragon or the void tortoise that was in desperate need of all-evil origin liquid and had been heavily injured for countless years found out about this, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood on the spot. Yi Xian began to get busy. He followed a direction and collected the all-evil origin liquid that had already dripped into the chains and was being transported to the end. From time to time, 1 or 2 drops of all-evil origin liquid would drip down from the slits of the huge millstone behind him. Yi Xian did not let them go, nor did he allow them to drip back into the chains. He would usually turn around and rush over to collect the drops of all-evil origin liquid. Then, he would continue to deal with the runic chains that surrounded the grooves after entering the space bottle. The millstone was huge, and the grooves that surrounded the millstone were not small either. The hundreds of chains connected to the grooves were not too many, but they were not too few either. Fortunately, Xian only needed 1 or 2 breaths of time to collect each chain. Therefore, it only took a dozen minutes for Xian to collect more than half of the hundreds of chains. Only a little more than 100 remained. At this moment, the amount of all evil origin liquid stored in the space bottle in his hand had just passed the 2,000 mark. If nothing unexpected happened, the remaining 100 chains should be able to absorb more than 200 drops. Basically, it was more or less the same as Xian's initial estimate of 2,000 drops. He only needed less than 10 minutes to end all of this. When he thought about how all evil origin liquid dripping out of the slits and the ones that had already been dripped into the chains and were in the process of being transported, he was about to finish collecting all of them. Xian's gaze began to sweep towards the hole in the center of the huge millstone. It had been so long, but the chains that circled the inner walls of the cauldron had not delivered a second batch of raw materials. In other words, this matter was probably over for the time being. Perhaps there would only be one batch a year, 2 years, 10 years, or 100 years. After all, this netherworld cauldron had stood here for countless years. It was likely that 1 or 2 unqualified remains of primordial creatures would be spat out every time. Although there were quite a few of these inferior corpses in the surrounding void, no matter how many there were, they were only a few 100 million at most. According to this ratio, Xian quickly deduced that the raw materials for the flesh and blood of these ancient creatures would only arrive once every 1 or 2 years. This was basically the truth. Since that was the case, after collecting all of the all-evil origin liquid in the chains and seizing all of the harvest of this flesh and blood primordial land for a year, Xian basically had nothing to gain from this place. Unless he waited another year. But that was obviously impossible. Unforeseen circumstances would occur, and the headless corpse protecting him might not be able to last that long. I'm really unwilling to accept this. The harvest is still too little. At this thought, Xian sighed. It just so happened that the 2 drops of all evil origin liquid in the last chain had been forcibly collected. He immediately flipped his hand and sent the space bottle into the undying world in his body. Then, as he muttered to himself, he took out a new empty bottle from the undying world and leaped towards the giant hole in the center of the millstone. Although I've collected all evil origin liquid, there are still some remnants of 9-colored flesh in this hole. These are all powerful primordial creatures. Chapter 35:11. The atmosphere-like liquid above the cauldron was already extremely thin. This was something that had accumulated over countless years, but Xian had cleaned it all out in one go. As for the all-evil origin liquid in the enormous millstone below, Xian had finished a year's worth of it in one go. Even those that had already dripped onto the chains and were in the process of being transported were forcefully pulled back by him. Now, there was only a small amount of 9-colored meat paste left in the hole at the center of the millstone left in the enormous cauldron. Although it was a small amount, it was only compared to the total amount before. In reality, the cauldron was as large as a planet. 2/3 of its interior was taken up by the huge millstone. As a result, although the hole at the center of the millstone only took up 1/3 of the millstone's 10 diameters, its capacity was still very large. Even though there was only a thin layer of 9-colored meat paste left in the hole, it was still close to 10,000 cubic meters in size. Refining the all-evil origin liquid with this amount of 9-colored meat paste might not yield many drops, but it was still a considerable amount if the flesh was collected and used to refine medicine in the future. Xian took out a new spatial bottle and directly collected it. Very soon, several thousand cubic meters of 9-colored meat paste had been collected into the spatial bottle. However, Xian did not collect all of it. He stopped halfway through. After collecting the spatial bottle for the last time, Xian extended his head to look at the huge hole at the center of the millstone. There were still around 4,000 cubic meters of 9-colored meat paste left at the bottom. According to his estimates, he should be able to refine around 10 drops of all evil origin liquid from these 4,000 cubic meters of 9-colored meat paste. The reason why he did not continue to collect them was because Xian had suddenly come up with a new idea. Xian planned to let the huge millstone refine these 10 drops of all evil origin liquid before he underhandedly took action. The so-called underhandedness here did not refer to stealing the dozen drops of evil origin elixir. Instead, it referred to adding some ingredients to them, dripping them into the chains and delivering them to the people at the end of the chains. Of course, those who could enjoy the all-evil origin liquid were all extraordinary. They were either great primordial figures or supreme primordial figures who had been injured in the great battle all those years ago and were recovering, or they were the inheritors of an extremely powerful bloodline. Of course, they all had one thing in common, and that was they were all enemies. They were the subordinates of the camp commander, Heavenly Dao Qing Yan. However, with their powerful bloodline, ordinary poisons would not be able to harm them. Since Yi Xian wanted to play dirty, then even if he couldn't poison a few of them to death on the spot, he would at least have to affect their recovery or leave a poisonous root in their bodies. Otherwise, this matter would be meaningless. Among all the poisons in his possession, only the undying and imperishable bead was capable of doing this. The so-called undying and imperishable bead was a primordial treasure. It was definitely the king of poisons, condensed from the boundless resentment and filth of those who had fallen in the great battle of the primordial era. It was definitely a supreme treasure for underhandedness. However, the poison of this bead was too terrifying. Once it was poisoned, it would spread across a large area. If it was not contained in time after it spread, it would probably cause an entire universe to fall. It was too destructive, so Yi Xian did not dare to use it at all. He was afraid that it would involve too much karma. However, it was different this time. They were enemies to begin with. Although Yi Xian did not participate in the great battle all those years ago, the headless corpse of the infant had always been with him in this life. Moreover, the bloodline abilities and secret techniques that he had grasped were all related to him. They all originated from the supreme primordial figures of his own faction. Therefore, Yi Xian had unknowingly been dragged into this matter. This was a move against an enemy faction, so it was only right and proper. There was no need for him to be afraid of being involved in unnecessary karma. However, although the undying and indestructible poison contained within the undying and imperishable bead was definitely effective against the supreme beings of the primordial era or the supreme beings of the primordial era at the end of the chains, this bead was extremely precious. Yi Xian only had 2 of them in his possession, and one of them was slightly flawed because it had been used in the Shenong cauldron before. It was condensed into a bead after the farmer god cauldron had been reformed. The other was perfect and had never been used before. Just these 2 beads alone might be of great use in the future. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Yi Xian did not intend to use them. They were too precious. Apart from the undying and imperishable bead, Yi Xian also had various other resources in his possession. Some of these resources were highly toxic and could even be called strange poisons. Although they were rare, they paled in comparison to the undying and imperishable bead. Moreover, he had a certain amount of these things on hand. If he used some of them, he would not have to worry about running out. He acted as soon as he thought of this. He immediately descended and arrived at the groove around the millstone. This huge millstone was originally used to refine. Even the karma and resentment of the powerful primordial beings within the 9-colored flesh paste could be removed, dispersing as green smoke. Therefore, the poison naturally could not be placed in the hole at the center. After being refined by the millstone, it would all disperse. That would be a waste of effort. Yi Xian directly arrived at the groove. After waiting for a while, he finally saw a drop of all evil origin elixir drip down and roll around in the groove. He no longer hesitated. He immediately took out large amounts of various poisonous powders and liquids and poured them all down. Unfortunately, the results left him speechless. All of the poisonous powders and liquids would immediately disperse as soon as they came into contact with the groove. They could not exist at all, let alone fuse with the drop of all evil origin elixir that was currently dripping towards one of the chains. It seemed that these things were ultimately not useful and could not be put to good use. Yi Xian was speechless. He could only put them all away, not daring to waste any more. He then took out the undying and imperishable bead. Of course, it was the one with a flaw. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have discovered a primordial poison. Undying and imperishable bead. contains the boundless resentment of those who perished in the primordial war. It gathers the resentment of the world and condenses it into a bead. Grade, primordial treasure. Quality, perfect, slightly flawed. Do you wish to use it immediately? As soon as the flawed, undying, and imperishable bead was taken out, a familiar system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. However, he did not use it immediately. After all, there were still other drops of all evil origin elixir that had yet to drip down. After a moment of hesitation, he simply put away the drop that had already dripped into a new bottle and waited by the groove. A short while later, a total of 18 drops of all evil origin elixir entered the spatial bottle. At this point, the 9-colored meat paste in the hole in the center of the millstone was also gone. Even the millstone's rotation gradually slowed down, returning to the state it was in before the raw materials were thrown in. It seemed that it was just as he had guessed. This void refining formation was activated in waves and was not eternally rotating. Otherwise, how could there be so many primordial creatures' flesh as raw materials? The next time would probably be at least a year later. After confirming this, Yi Xian's heart calmed down. As far as he was concerned, everything here was done, except for one last thing. Chapter 35:12. After shaking it a few times, Yi Xian confirmed that the undying and imperishable bead had taken effect and fused with the 18 drops of all evil origin fluid. Now they had all turned into all evil poison. As such, he stopped and carefully removed the cork of the small spatial bottle to take a look inside. As expected, the undying and imperishable bead had already disappeared. There was only a thin layer of liquid at the bottom of the bottle. What was strange was that there were exactly 18 drops, but the color was slightly different. However, the change was very faint, and one would not be able to see it without looking carefully. This meant that the undying and imperishable bead had indeed taken effect. Moreover, its poison had directly dissolved and affected the original 18 drops of all evil origin fluid, leaving no traces behind. This made it even more reliable. There would not be any impurities discovered and be discovered by those primordial experts or even primordial sovereigns at the end of the chains. Exhaling lightly, Yi Xian immediately extracted all the all-evil poison from the bottle. However, he did not pour all of it out at once. He left behind a third of it, which was 6 drops. After all, this was not something that could be obtained easily. 18 drops of all evil origin fluid consumed an entire undying and imperishable bead. Although Yi Xian still had an undying and imperishable bead, he would definitely not use it like this next time. Therefore, the 18 drops of all evil poison in his hand were extremely precious. Yi Xian decided to leave behind 6 drops and store them in the small spatial bottle. After plugging the bottle, he flipped his hand and stored them away in his undying world. At this moment, there were a total of 12 drops of all evil poison floating in front of him. Originally, it could poison 12 heavily injured primordial experts or even primordial sovereigns, or important bloodline inheritances of opposing factions. However, considering that some of these fellows were stronger, 1 drop might not be enough. The effects might not be as good as expected. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to start with 9 chains. 6 of them had a drop of all evil poison in them. As for the other 3, he had forcefully snatched back 3 to 4 drops of all evil origin fluid. To be able to obtain so many drops, it was clear that the other party's identity was not ordinary. Therefore, Yi Xian had poisoned all 3 chains with 2 drops of all evil poison on each chain. When the first drop of all evil poison fell, Yi Xian's heart was in his throat. He was afraid that the previous situation would occur again. That would truly be a waste of his efforts. Fortunately, there was no problem this time. The moment the first drop of all evil origin fluid dripped, the chain lit up. Countless cryptic runes flickered and gradually extended into the distance. This was a sign that the drop of all evil poison was being transported to its target in a way that Yi still did not understand. He was immediately relieved and grinned. Then he dripped the other 11 drops of all evil origin liquid onto the other 5 chains he had chosen. N chains 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 chains. Chains chains Yi Xian Yi. At this moment, the corpse lantern tattoo on Yi Xian's left chest finally heated up again. This was the headless infant corpse's warning, reminding Yi Xian that he should leave now. The headless infant corpse must have sensed everything Yi Xian had done before, but it did not do anything. This meant that the infant corpse was very satisfied. It was probably very happy inside. It was rare to see the enemy's strategic resources being plundered so wantonly by its own spokesperson. At this moment, the headless infant corpse was also waiting for Yi Xian to drip the 12 drops of all evil poison on the 6 chains before giving the warning. This meant 2 things. First, the headless infant corpse was very supportive of this matter, so it did not stop Yi Xian when he was doing it. It was probably also very happy inside. Second, the headless infant corpse immediately warned Yi Xian to leave as soon as he dripped the 12 drops of all evil poison on the 6 chains. This meant that once the poison reached the end of the chains, it would definitely trigger some unknown, unforeseen event. There was no benefit in staying here. This place had become a place of trouble. If he stayed, he would attract the attention of certain people. With that in mind, Yi Xian did not stay any longer. He instantly broke through the white atmosphere and reached the cauldron. He had originally planned to throw the super death ray bomb that he had prepared for the Heavenly Fate Race's base camp into the cauldron and detonate it. However, considering the level of the cauldron, which was probably an ultimate treasure of the primordial era, he eventually gave up. Of course, the more important reason was that he was worried that he would attract the attention of the Heavenly Fate Race. If that happened, Yi Xian might not have enough time to leave. He had gained a lot this time. There was no need to take the risk again. After leaving the cauldron, Yi Xian once again saw the remains of the primordial creatures in the void around the cauldron. The ones close to the cauldron were all terrifying beings whose auras surpassed the Star Lord state. The remains of the primordial creatures at the Star Lord state and the Cosmos state were further away. An idea flashed in Yi Xian's head. Taking advantage of the fact that the protective membrane of the headless baby's body was still around, he dashed toward the remains of the powerful primordial creatures that were beyond the Star Lord state. It wasn't easy for him to come here, and this time, he even obtained the help of the headless infant corpse. It activated a layer of blood-green membrane that enveloped Yi Xian's body, allowing him to be unafraid of the auras of these powerful existences. If he didn't take some of them away, it would be a pity. However, Yi Xian didn't dare to be too greedy. He only took a dozen remains of the powerful primordial creatures into the Shunnong cauldron inside his body. Every one of them was incomplete, but even so, they were still huge enough to be stored in the Shunnong cauldron. A dozen of them were as large as a dozen mountains. Normal spatial bottles couldn't hold them all. He had to store them directly in the Shunnong cauldron. After all, he would have to store them in the Shunnong cauldron, whether he would roast them or use them as raw materials to refine medicines. After collecting the flesh and blood of more than a dozen powerful ancient creatures, Yi Xian originally planned to collect some more precious blood from the corpses of other powerful creatures. These precious blood were all extraordinary and had already fallen for countless years. However, some of the corpses were still shedding tears. Moreover, some of the corpses were still shedding tears. Every drop of blood was emitting a glow. It would definitely be a supreme treasure if it was used as a medicine. Although the dozen or so corpses that Yi Xian had previously stored in the Shunnong cauldron also had this kind of treasured blood gushing out of them, they were of different species. If he could get as many as he could, it would be useful in the future. It was also at that moment that the zombie lantern tattoo on his left chest suddenly became hotter than before. Yi Xian was immediately alarmed. Then, before he could come back to his senses, about 10,000 miles behind him, the huge cauldron that was as huge as a star began to shake violently. Among them, there was clearly the sound of a large number of chains rattling. Even the layer of milky white mist above the cauldron began to churn as if it was being blown away by a hurricane. Chapter 35:13. When Yi Xian fought for the all-evil origin elixir, he had chosen the end of the spatial crack connected to by the first chain. It was a mysterious place that was unfathomably distant from the region of origin of all evil, separated by who knows how many universes. The exotic beast covered in blood-red scales was unable to tear through space and descend from another plane due to its severe injuries. At this moment, It could only vent its frustration and anger with its deafening roars, letting out shrill roars one after another. This strange beast covered in blood-red scales was terrified because the aura emanating from its body clearly belonged to a supreme being of the primordial era who was at the same level as the golden divine dragon and the primordial Xianxia. It had been severely injured in an unprecedented battle all those years ago, causing its wheel of the great Tao to crack, and it had always been hiding in this void to recover. Originally, its injuries had already mostly healed. However, just earlier, the 3 droplets of all-evil origin elixir that it was about to obtain suddenly flowed backwards, forcefully returning to its original position. Right now, as the blood-red unicorn roared thunderously, the chain above its head suddenly shone brightly again. Some complicated inscriptions flickered on it. This was clearly a sign that the all-evil origin elixir was about to fall. The blood-red unicorn stopped roaring furiously. It raised its head, and the fury in its eyes gradually subsided. Very soon, 2 droplets of all-evil origin elixir fell from the end of the chain. Due to the darkness in space, the color of the 2 droplets of all-evil origin elixir was slightly different from before. However, it did not notice this. It opened its mouth and immediately swallowed them. In the next moment, an earth-shattering roar rang out, causing the entire space to tremble. The blood-colored Qilin's body began to tumble in the air, its eyes emitting a dark light of resentment. A monstrous murderous aura surged into the sky, entering the chains that were suspended in the air above its head and flowing against the current. At the same time, in the ancestral grounds of the Blood Devourer clan in the Second Universe. At this moment, in the secret realm in the deepest part of the Blood Devourer clan's ancestral land, the space in the distance was already red, and a huge blood cloud was still surging. They could vaguely see a 9-headed blood dragon roaring furiously. Although its aura was not as strong as the supreme beings of the primordial era such as the golden divine dragon and the primordial Xianxia, it was no weaker than the almighty beings of the primordial era such as the void ladle. This 9-headed blood serpent was clearly heavily injured, and was completely recovering thanks to the nourishment of the all-evil origin liquid. In the past, a drop of all-evil origin liquid would drip from the end of the chain every year, but the 9-headed blood serpent would not be completely consumed. It would leave behind a quarter of it and infuse it into the huge blood-colored egg that was surging up and down in the blood cloud central domain. That was its direct descendant. Once it was born, it would possess the cultivation of the universe realm, and its future would be limitless. Previously, it was supposed to be the day when the drop of all evil origin liquid would fall again. Just as the drop was about to fall, the 9-headed blood serpent could even smell its sweet scent. However, the precious drop of all evil origin liquid suddenly shrunk back, its aura fading away. The 9-headed blood serpent was furious, but because its injuries were too severe, it could not tear through the void and cross planes to search for it. At this moment, it could only vent its anger by roaring like thunder. It shocked all the members of the Blood Devourer clan outside the secret realm, and they all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. They did not know what had happened in the secret realm of the ancestral grounds to make the bloodline primordial ancestors so angry. At this moment, the roaring in the secret realm suddenly stopped, because another drop of all evil origin liquid had dripped from the chain that was suspended in the void above the 9-headed blood serpent's head. Of course, this drop had been spiked. To be more precise, it was all evil poison. However, the 9-headed blood serpent did not know this. It thought that the previous incident was just a small accident, and that the drop of all evil origin liquid that belonged to it had finally come. It did not go back on its word. Therefore, the 9-headed blood dragon suddenly opened its mouth and sucked in 3/4 of this drop of liquid. The remaining 1/4 dripped down and landed on the shell of the huge blood-colored egg that it was protecting. Then, it instantly sank into the egg. Roar! The next moment, the 9-headed blood dragon suddenly roared, and its body became unstable. One of the 3 remaining dragon heads instantly wilted and was on the verge of withering. Over the countless years, for the sake of its direct descendant, the giant blood-colored egg beneath it, it would always share a quarter of the all-evil origin liquid it obtained each time. This directly caused the injuries it suffered back then to heal even more slowly. However, because of the terrifying poison in this drop of evil origin liquid, one of the 3 heads that had already recovered was about to wither again. This made the 9-headed blood serpent extremely furious, and it could not accept this at all. However, something that made it even angrier happened very quickly. Swish, swish, swish. A faint sound came from the 9-headed blood serpent's stomach, causing its body to shake violently in shock. The crazy roaring in its mouth also stopped abruptly, and it lowered its head to look. Blood-colored corpse hair. It grew densely from the huge blood-colored egg under it, turning it from a huge egg into a ball of hair in the blink of an eye. This was corpse hair. Its direct descendant had not yet been born and was still in the process of being nurtured, but it had already turned into a corpse in the egg. Even if the aura of life had not disappeared, which meant that it could continue to nurture, who knew what kind of monster would be born in the future? At the very least, it definitely could not be considered a pure 9-headed blood serpent anymore. This also meant that the bloodline inheritance that it had always cared about the most had finally been cut off today. This was because the more powerful a creature was, the more difficult it was for it to give birth to a descendant of its bloodline. This huge crimson egg that gave birth to its direct bloodline descendant was something the 9-headed blood Jiao dragon had given birth to when it was still very weak a long time before that unprecedented battle. Now, it was already a supreme existence of the primordial age. Even if it was severely injured and had yet to recover, and its combat strength was far from before, it was impossible for it to nurture another huge blood descendant egg. Roar! Roar! The 9-headed blood serpent could not accept all of this. The reason why it had persisted until now was because of its bloodline inheritance. However, everything had changed now. The 9-headed blood serpent was furious. After roaring for a while, an edict was sent out from the mystic realm where the blood serpent clan's bloodline ancestor resided. It turned into a blood-colored light and fell into the hands of the blood serpent clan's patriarch. In the next moment, the blood serpent clan's patriarch's body shook violently. Then, he roared toward the sky and revealed his bloodline true body, which was 100,000 feet tall. This was clearly a 6-headed blood serpent with a highly atavistic bloodline. Blood Ancestors Edict. Prepare for war. Unite the various races of the second universe and launch a joint attack on the first universe. Chapter 35:14. Following the 9-headed blood dragon's order, the prelude to a full-scale planar war was about to begin. At this moment, Yi Xian would never have thought that the things he had done in the core of the root of all evil would cause such serious consequences in the end. It was like the flapping of a butterfly's wings. It was unintentional, but it caused a catastrophic tsunami on the other side of the ocean. The root of all evil, as its name suggested, had become the true source of this turmoil. However, this war was supposed to come sooner or later. It was only because of the 9-headed blood dragon's order that the blood dragon clan moved and pushed the process forward. Therefore, it was brought forward. The blood dragon clan was the strongest clan among the top 10 clans in the Federation of the Second Universe. Among the top 10 clans, there were several clans that were strategic allies. Once the blood dragon clan moved, these clans would definitely not stand idly by. A planar war was about to begin. In fact, the impact of Yi Xian's 12 drops of evil venom was not limited to this. There were only 6 chains on which he had chosen to drip the all-evil origin liquid, and 2 of them had already activated. The 9-headed blood flood dragon was so angry that it wanted to track down the true culprit who had cut off its bloodline inheritance that it had triggered a planar war in space that was about to begin. As for the blood-colored Qilin, it had just split off a strand of its divine beast primordial spirit and followed the chain down. In addition, 4 existences at the end of the chains were also affected. 2 of them chose to remain silent. Although they were roaring in their respective resting places, they did not do anything in the end. As for the other 2 terrifying existences, one was the supreme primordial demon crocodile from the primordial war. It was also arrogant and unruly. Like the scarlet unicorn, it chose to separate a strand of its demon crocodile primordial spirit and followed the chain down. The other one was also in the second universe. It was the ancestor of the Green Rock clan, which was ranked second among the top 10 clans in the Federation of the Second Universe. It was an azure rock. This azure sky rock was similar to the nine-headed blood Wum, and they were both born during the later period of the primordial era. In fact, when they were born, the incomparable battle of the primordial era had practically come to an end. However, they were still injured. Although they were powerful beings of the primordial era, they were severely injured in the end. As for the source of their bloodline, the Blood Sea Devil Dragon and the Kuan Peng, who were at the level of the Supreme Master of the primordial era, both died in that battle. Obviously, the Azure Sky Rock and the Nine-Headed Blood Dragon were the powerful forces of the same camp back then. Now that they were both ambushed at the same time, it was impossible for the two clans to let this matter go so easily. In the Second Universe's Federation, the top 3 races represented the entire Second Universe's Federation. Now, 2 of the top 3 races had already vowed to send troops to the First Universe. On the surface, they were waging war with the Celestials' legacy race, but they were secretly attacking the source of all evil and uncovering the true mastermind. Therefore, this battle was unavoidable. However, this kind of monstrous planar war couldn't start immediately. Preparing for it required time. The chaos of the war hadn't appeared yet. However, in the depths of the core hinterland of the First Universe's source of all evil, the consequences of Yi Xian's actions were immediately apparent. Clang! Clang! The sound of the chains grew louder and louder, and there were even loud rumbling noises. The entire Starlight Cauldron started to shake. A monstrous aura of slaughter wreaked havoc in this area of the void. Evil thoughts filled the sky. Yi Xian had already activated his full speed and rushed toward the edge of the core hinterland of the source of all evil. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. He didn't even dare to use the mechanical demon bug because it would be too big of a target. Yi Xian was worried that it would attract attention. Although he didn't know what was happening in the Starlight Cauldron behind him, he could roughly guess that the existences at the end of the 6 chains were enraged. The immortal and imperishable bead was no ordinary item. Even a supreme primordial would have to shed a layer of skin if he was suddenly ambushed. After all, it was originally condensed from the resentment and obsession of countless powerful primordial beings who had fallen in that incomparable battle. Moreover, even if the existences at the end of the 6 chains were truly almighty primordial beings or supreme primordial beings, they were far from what they were in the past and were in a state where they had yet to recover from their injuries. Judging from the current situation, some of those fellows must have suffered greatly because of Yi Xian's ambush. Otherwise, why would they be so enraged? In fact, although Yi Xian was frightened, he was still in a very good mood. After all, this kind of opportunity wouldn't come twice in this world. In fact, even in the primordial era, there were probably only 1 or 2 people who could ambush several almighty primordial beings and supreme primordial beings at the same time. Come on. Even thinking about it, Yi Xian felt that it was incomparably exciting. To be able to make the top existences of the enemy camp so miserable and unintentionally suffer such a huge loss, this kind of feeling was really too satisfying. However, even though it was satisfying, he still felt a sense of crisis. As he rushed towards the edge of the core hinterland of the root of all evil, Yi Xian didn't have any greedy thoughts along the way. Even though he still saw too many powerful remains of primordial beings along the way, the layer of blood-green protection on the surface of his body was still there. The thin film still existed, but Yi Xian didn't make a move. Time was of the essence. As long as he stayed in this core hinterland, there was a chance that he would become the target of the anger of the almighty primordial beings and even the supreme primordial beings. Although Yi Xian had the perfect vibration of the spiritual power secret technique, he didn't think that it would be effective in the face of terrifying existences above the almighty primordial beings. It was effective. The means of the headless infant corpse was indeed a powerful guarantee that made him feel more at ease, but in fact, before Yi Xian reached the edge of the core hinterland, the layer of blood-green film covering his body had completely disappeared, and the burning sensation on his left chest had also disappeared. This definitely didn't mean that the crisis had been resolved. On the contrary, it meant that the crisis had become more and more intense. The headless infant corpse definitely didn't want to expose itself, so it was completely dormant. Not to mention the outside world, even Yi Xian himself couldn't sense its existence. This made the hair on his back stand on end, and his speed instantly soared by a large margin. Whether it was the power of the cultivation method, the power of the physical body, the power of the divine sense, the spiritual power of the demon, or the power of the electronic consciousness, as long as it was a power that could be used in his body, Yi Xian activated all of them. To the extreme. His entire body instantly turned into an arrow light that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, and even the divine sense couldn't keep up with his speed. He streaked across the void, and in the blink of an eye, he was thousands of miles away. Chapter 35:15. Yi Xian slowed down as soon as he passed the edge of the core hinterland of the root of all evil and entered the buffer zone of the central region. He knew that a supreme being had descended from the cauldron. Even if it was only a consciousness, there was no chance for him to escape from the root of all evil. He had to leave the outer region of the star sector. If he maintained this extreme speed, he would be like a bright light in the dark night and would directly attract the attention of the other party. He did not think that the Supreme Being's consciousness would only search for the core hinterland of the root of all evil. Although that was the most important area, the Supreme Being would definitely not let go of the buffer zone of the central region and the outer region of the star sector. Even the cosmic void outside of the star sector of the root of all evil would be searched. At a time like this, the best thing to do was to lie low and conceal his aura as much as possible so that he could harmonize with his surroundings. At the very least, he would not stand out. Soon, Yi Xian came to a complete stop after leaving the buffer zone of the central region and the core hinterland of the root of all evil. He performed a perfect vibration of his spiritual power secret technique. However, he did not conceal his aura and body, as that would arouse suspicion. Instead, he transformed his body into an inconspicuous black beetle with average strength. At the same time, he tried his best to harmonize his aura with the void around him as if he had always been here and had not moved for a long time. In fact, all the black beetles in the void around him did the same. They were inert life forms to begin with. After doing all of this, Yi Xian's heart was still uneasy. However, he knew that he'd already done it perfectly. As for whether or not he could deceive the consciousness of the several supreme experts that had already descended into the cauldron, he could only resign himself to fate. Of course, he still had a certain amount of confidence because if he could not deceive it, he believed that he would not be in danger of dying. In a true life and death situation, the headless corpse would definitely not ignore it. Whoosh, boom, roar, screech. The chains rattled and the giant cauldron rumbled. Accompanied by the roar of a unicorn and a demon crocodile, a large part of the void in the core hinterland of the root of all evil was shaking. Then two huge figures, both tens of thousands of feet tall, rushed into the sky from the giant cauldron. The aura of the supreme beings from the primordial era swept across the world. Over the endless years, the remains of the primordial era creatures were spat out from the giant cauldron like garbage or waste and abandoned in the void. Their remains, at this moment, collapsed and turned into ashes. The supreme consciousness of the crimson unicorn and the demon crocodile finally descended and rushed out of the giant cauldron. They were at the top of the star sector's core hinterland, of the primordial supremes. Within a radius of 10,000 miles around them, everything was under their control. With a single thought, flowers bloomed and wilted, stars were born, and stars were fallen. That wasn't a problem. However, the power would quickly weaken when they were 10,000 kilometers away. In the core hinterland of the root of all evil, the space around the giant cauldron, where the remains of the primordial era creatures were located, was millions of kilometers away. Therefore, even though the supreme consciousness of the crimson unicorn and the demon crocodile still covered the vast void in the core hinterland of the root of all evil, their pressure was weakened when they reached the edge, where countless descendants of the powerful creatures were lurking and unwilling to leave. Their pressure was greatly weakened. Even so, all the powerful beings at the core of the root of all evil, be they Cosmos State, Star-Lord, or beyond, chose to lay low instead of resisting when the two powerful consciousnesses were running rampant, as if they were looking for something. They wouldn't react too strongly even if the two consciousnesses brushed past them. they would at most wriggle uneasily. This allowed them to keep their lives, because the consciousnesses that swept past their bodies quickly left, not stopping, nor did they have the time to stop. They were currently searching for the most suspicious existences. When the blood Kirin and the 9 hell demon crocodiles' consciousness entered the cauldron and saw everything, they immediately knew what had happened. Obviously, someone had snuck in and stolen the cauldron's harvest this year. At the same time, they had poisoned the cauldron with unknown and mysterious poison before leaving, so they wouldn't be able to escape. They were lucky. Although they were infuriated and wanted to destroy the entire space zone, that was obviously impossible. There would be more evil origin fluid next year, but the unknown culprit would probably escape soon. At this time, the blood-colored Qilin and the 9U demon crocodile did not even care about unleashing a massacre to vent their anger. Their only thought at this moment was to take advantage of the fact that the other party might not have escaped far away to find the detestable mastermind behind this. However, while they didn't have time to kill, some beings were determined to get themselves killed. For example, the Black Beetle Queen. At that moment, the Black Beetle Mother Empress had just finished pleasuring all 5 of the mechanical bugs and was still unsatisfied. It originally wanted to take a breather before fighting another round with these 5 tough and durable fellows for 5 million rounds. It was also at this moment that the Crimson Unicorn's consciousness swept over with a disdainful attitude. It didn't hold back at all as it directly descended from above the Black Beetle Mother Empress's lair. Screech. This was a blatant provocation and contempt. The Black Beetle Mother Empress was immediately enraged. Its true form rose from its lair and appeared above the void, roaring ferociously. Although the Black Beetle was an inert life form, it was extremely irritable and even manic during its estrus period. In such a state, the Black Beetle Mother Empress's mind was only filled with that kind of thing, and all other senses were weakened to the extreme by its physiological desires, including its sense of danger. That was why it was so furious at this moment. After all, it had been living here for tens of millions of years. Ever since it had grown into a Star Lord, its neighbors in the void, even those more powerful than it, would give it some face and not disturb it during its estrus period, which occurred once every 100 years. After all, everyone knew that the Black Beetle Mother Empress was basically crazy at this stage. Even though stronger than it wouldn't be interested in provoking it. It wasn't disgusting enough. But today, there was a fellow who didn't give it face. Just as it was about to start its second round and fight another 5 million rounds with the 5 tough and durable fellows, this fellow took the initiative to provoke it. How could it not be angry? Unfortunately, it only had time to let out a single roar before its entire body collapsed under the pressure of the Crimson Unicorn's terrifying consciousness, turning it into ashes. Chapter 35:16. Roar. Screech. A unicorn's roar and a demon crocodile's roar resounded through the sky, shaking the wider void of the root of all evil's buffer zone. A scarlet unicorn and a 9 hell demon crocodile were both 10,000 feet tall. Although they were energy consciousnesses, their pressure was incomparably strong. As the void shook, countless black beetles in the buffer zone of the central domain trembled. The one Yi Xian had transformed into was the same. It nestled at the edge of a group of black beetles. On the surface, it didn't look strange, but at this moment, his heart was twitching. He really didn't expect to provoke 2 supreme masters this time. Although it was only a strand of their consciousness that had descended upon this star field, the source of all evil, they were clearly 2 primordial supremes. Yi Xian vaguely remembered that in the inherited image of the fallen sky bow and other bloodline abilities, he had seen this scarlet unicorn in the enemy camp in the scene of the great battle of the primordial era. At that time, it was fighting the golden dragon. As for the 9 hell demon crocodile, he didn't notice it. But judging from the momentum of the 2 primordial supremes' consciousnesses descending at the same time, the 9 hell demon crocodile was clearly not weaker than the scarlet unicorn. In other words, these 2 terrifying existences were evenly matched with the golden dragon. Even if it was just a consciousnesses descending from their seriously injured bodies, it was enough to frighten people. They could definitely destroy the entire star domain with just a thought. Just as Yi Xian was trembling, a powerful consciousnesses so terrifying that they almost made his mind collapse, swept over his body. Fortunately, at this moment, the corpse lantern tattoo on his chest burned slightly, so this consciousnesses didn't see anything and just swept over him. At this moment, Yi Xian realized how naive he was. If it wasn't for the headless infant corpse watching over him and helping him cover up at the crucial moment, he would have been pulled out just now. The so-called perfect vibration of the secret spiritual technique might be more powerful in the future when Yi Xian became stronger, but with his current cultivation, it was simply a joke to try to deceive the consciousnesses of the primordial supremes. Roar! Screech! Just as Yi Xian was secretly rejoicing, the crimson unicorn and the 9 hell demon crocodile roared again. They had just searched the core hinterland of the root of all evil to no avail and had left the cauldron out of anger. But they did not expect to find nothing in the buffer zone of the central region. That's right. Has that detestable mastermind really left? How could his speed be so fast? The crimson unicorn and the 9 gloom demon crocodile roared, and their energy consciousness went far away. In an instant, they traversed millions of miles of the void from the buffer zone of the central region to the periphery of the root of all evil and began the same search. The central region was temporarily safe, but Yi Xian did not dare to move. Like the countless other black beetles, he was still trembling. As for the corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest, it had already returned to normal when the consciousness swept past it. Obviously, unless the consciousness swept past Yi Xian's body again, it would not make a move. In other words, Yi Xian's psychic secret technique was perfect. Although he could not avoid the close detection of the supreme primordial's consciousness, he could still cover it up in this environment. This made him feel slightly better about his collapsed confidence. Roar! Screech! Although the periphery of the root of all evil was wider, in the face of the 2 supreme primordials' consciousnesses, in fact, after a sweep, it was thoroughly explored. The result was no doubt that there was still no discovery. Therefore, the crimson unicorn and the 9 gloom demon crocodiles' roars and screeches soon came from the periphery. This time, they were even more furious, and their voices had already spread to the buffer zone of the central region. Yi Xian felt a strong sense of rage from these 2 angry roars. This made him even more worried. These 2 guys did not hesitate to come in person with a wisp of their consciousnesses, and chased them all the way from the core hinterland of the root of all evil to the buffer zone of the central region. In the end, they even searched the wider periphery. This showed how strong their anger was in their hearts. But in the end, they found nothing. There was no doubt that under such circumstances, these 2 supreme primordials' consciousnesses would only be satisfied and give up after venting their anger. But even if they gave up, they would definitely go back the way they came. In this way, the countless black beetles in the buffer zone of the central region would most likely be killed. There was nothing in the periphery, only endless void cracks. When these 2 guys turned around and returned to the great furnace, the first thing they encountered was the countless black beetles in the buffer zone of the central region. In the face of such weak existences, they were even less than ants to them. They would be annihilated with a casual roar. At that time, the black beetle that Yi Xian had transformed into was the only one left standing in the air. It was clearly a bright light in the dark night, and it was difficult not to be eye-catching even if it didn't want to. Realizing this, Yi Xian was instantly dumbfounded. His heart was burning with anxiety, but he didn't dare to move at all. If that was the case, it would be equivalent to courting death. Before these 2 fellows could vent their anger, he would be exposed. At this time, in the periphery of the root of all evil, 2 similar roars came, but they were clearly far away, and seemed to be rushing towards the vast void of the first universe outside the root of all evil. Yi Xian was startled, and his expression immediately became strange. These 2 fellows were obviously unwilling to give up. After searching the entire source of all evil star field to no avail, they actually chased out of this star field. They wanted to go to the vaster void of the first universe to have a look. Perhaps the mastermind behind the escape was in a nearby star field. At this thought, Yi Xian immediately prayed in his heart. At this time, he really hoped that a large fleet of the Tianji race would just happen to pass by outside the root of all evil. If that was really the case, when these two guys saw that there were no clues in the void of the first universe, and their last hope was destroyed, they would definitely vent their anger on the spot and directly destroy that fleet. In this way, when they returned, the probability of destroying this group of black beetles in the buffer zone, which were even less than ants, would basically be reduced to less than half. Of course, this kind of thing was generally not very likely. How could there be such a coincidence? Wanting a fleet, and one would come immediately? But in reality, things in this world were just so coincidental. Perhaps it was all fated. Chapter 35:17. There were more than 100 fortresses in the fleet. However, not all of them were from the Heavenly Legacy clan. There were only a dozen small fortresses of the Heavenly Legacy clan. The rest of the fortresses were all summoned by the slave fleets of the nearby space zones. The target of the fleet was the source of all evil star field. As for the purpose, it was to enter this star field and assist the young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race, Di Xiaofeng, and the others. The Tian's Legacy race fleet led by Emperor Xiaofeng had been in the route of all evil star field for almost 10 days, but there was still no news. The Tian's Legacy race headquarters were worried about this matter, so they issued orders to the patrolling Tian's Legacy race fleet in the nearby star field. He ordered them to gather a fleet of slaves from the nearby star fields and enter the all-evil star field to investigate the situation. If necessary, they were to immediately come to the rescue and accept the command of the young Master D. At that moment, the fleet had just arrived. They hadn't even entered the periphery of the route of all evil when two terrifying beasts that were almost 10,000 meters long rushed out of the space zone. No, they were just the consciousness of two ferocious beasts. Even so, the terrifying pressure emitted by the other party was still not something that this fleet could withstand. The entire fleet of more than 100 fortresses were immediately bound and imprisoned in the void, unable to move. Ask for help. Ask for help from the Heavenly Legacy City immediately. Oh my God, they're far stronger than Star Lords. What's going on in there? Activate the emergency communication system. We have to send the information back. Whatever the cost, hurry. In the dozen small fortresses of the Heavenly Legacy clan that were leading the fleet, a dozen members of the Heavenly Legacy clan shrieked and took all kinds of countermeasures. In the face of two such powerful existences, they did not even think that they would have a chance to escape this calamity. Their only wish was to transmit this scene and everything that was about to happen to the headquarters of the Tianji clan, the Tianji city, through the emergency communication system of the stronghold. Unfortunately, that was obviously impossible, because they weren't facing a supreme being beyond the Star Lord state, but two horrifying consciousnesses of the primordial lords. Boom! Boom! Chivla! A huge explosion resounded in an instant, and the entire void in front of them was illuminated. More than 100 fortresses of various sizes exploded at the same time, turning into huge fireballs. Electric sparks covered the sky and earth. In just an instant, the entire fleet was destroyed. Not a single person was left alive, and not a single message was sent out. Immediately afterward, two earth-shattering roars and a vicious howl rang out. Roar! Screech! As soon as the two consciousnesses of the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile rushed out of the outskirts of the root of all evil star field, they immediately swept through the vast star field hundreds of thousands of miles away. Other than the fleet in front of them, there was not a single living thing. This made them dejected and enraged. In the end, they finally took action, completely annihilating this Celestial Legacy race fleet to vent the unquenchable fury in their chests. For the powerful fleet of the Celestial Legacy race, their mission was over before it even began. While roaring, the consciousnesses of the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile hovered above the fleet, which had already turned into an ocean of flames. Then, they unwillingly turned around and returned to the root of all evil star field, crossing the outskirts and arriving at the buffer zone of the central domain again. In this instant, Yi Xian's heart, which was already in his throat, tensed up once again. He didn't know what was happening in the void around the source of all evil. The buffer zone was too vast. Even if a huge fleet exploded in an instant, the commotion wouldn't be transmitted over. Only the most horrifying beings of the primordial era, such as the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, could cross the entire outskirts and arrive at the buffer zone of the central domain in the blink of an eye. After destroying an entire fleet of the Celestial Legacy race in fury, the surging fury in the hearts of the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile seemed to have been somewhat appeased. At this moment, the consciousnesses of the 2 supreme beings of the primordial era didn't seem to have crossed the central domain as they did before. They weren't as irritable as they were in the buffer zone. After all, the facts couldn't be changed. Such powerful beings of the primordial era wouldn't be blinded by fury so easily. They didn't attack again. Not only were the countless black beetles in the vast space zone spared, but even the Cosmos State, Star Lords, and space beasts beyond the Star Lord level at the edge of the root of all evil's core were spared too. There was a reason for their existence. Both the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile were well aware of that. If it weren't for the existence of these star beasts, the reputation of the source of all evil would be greatly reduced. At that time, the number of masters from the various great forces entering this star field would obviously increase. This was not a good thing for the great furnace in the core hinterland that they had relied on for countless years. It was safe to say that the space beasts in the buffer zone and the edge of the central domain were actually allowed to exist. They were like watchdogs. Since they had already vented their fury outside of the root of all evil, there was no need to vent their anger on their watchdogs. Because of this, the Blood Qilin and the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile instantly crossed the outer region and the buffer zone of the central region after returning to the source of all evil star region. After entering the core region, they directly returned to the cauldron in the deepest part of the region. In the end, it let out a few angry roars and roars unwillingly, and then it fell silent, and there was no more movement. After all, the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile were just 2 consciousnesses. They couldn't stay there for a long time. Besides, their real bodies were in a terrible condition. Since they had failed to find out who was behind all this, there was no point in staying there any longer. The deepest area of the core hinterland soon fell completely silent. Not only was the sound of the chains no longer audible, even the rumbling of the giant cauldron shaking gradually disappeared. The entire area was quiet. The source of the turmoil had changed. Therefore, it was over for the time being. As far as Xianxia was concerned, he definitely escaped a great calamity this time. Chapter 35:18. Xianxia was finally able to deactivate the perfect mental shock technique, but the tattoo of the lantern on his left chest was still intact. He was relieved as the crisis was truly over. The densely packed black beetles were still trembling in the void. For them, the arrival of 2 supreme ancients' consciousnesses was absolutely unprecedented. They might not be able to recover from the fear in their hearts in a short period of time. The same was true for the Cosmos State, Star Lords, and even the space beasts beyond the Star Lord State at the edge of the core of the origin of all evil. Xianxia was hesitating. He was considering whether he should leave immediately or enter the core of the origin of all evil again. As a matter of fact, he wouldn't be able to reap any benefits if he entered the core of the origin of all evil again. Although there were still a large number of corpses of ancient creatures that were extremely tempting to him in the depths of the core region, the headless corpse had once again fallen into silence. With Xianxia's cultivation, he couldn't even get close to those corpses. The pressure was too terrifying, and there was a danger of his body splitting apart. Besides, he had already collected some of the remains in the Shenong cauldron. They were all of the best primordial creatures. Of course, that was for all the remains in the void. However, in general, the remains of the primordial creatures in the depths of the core of the source of all evil were already dispensable to the current Xianxia. There was no need for him to take the risk and mess with this matter. However, there was still a reason why he had to enter the core of the origin of all evil again, which was the core leadership of the Heavenly Legacy clan, including Emperor Xiaofeng. The 5 of them had been captured by the horrifying Black Beetle Queen, and there was no chance for them to escape. Xianxia had given up on them, because even if there was a chance to escape, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to do anything. He was completely helpless against a Star Lord. He didn't dare approach it. However, the Star Lord Black Beetle Queen had clearly perished. Yi Xian hadn't seen it with his own eyes, but he had clearly heard the Black Beetle Queen's furious roar. However, it fell silent after one roar. Then, all the black beetles in the central region's buffer zone started to tremble in fear, and there was even a kind of biological wave with a strong sense of sadness spreading out. It was clearly a sign that the Black Beetle Queen had perished. Since the old monster had taken the lead and been slapped to death, Yi Xian had to enter his lair to take a look. If the 5 fellows from Young Emperor Peak hadn't been tormented to death, Yi Xian could only send them off to the west and give them another stab. Otherwise, once Emperor Xiaofeng and the others were able to catch their breaths and return the sun, once they left the star region, the source of all evil, it would be truly troublesome for Yi Xian. With that in mind, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately waved his hand and summoned the mechanical bug that he had stored in his undying world. Yi Xian only realized that Chanas had woken up when he stepped into the mechanical bug's abdomen. However, since Yi Xian had completely sealed the mechanical bug and stored it in his undying world, not only was he unable to leave, but he couldn't even peek at the situation outside. He was extremely anxious. He was like an ant on a pot, pacing around in circles. Ayaya Sha. Lord Sha, you're finally back. What happened before? I couldn't even go out to take a look. I couldn't even see what was going on outside. I thought I was swallowed by the Black Beetle Queen. That scared me to death. Seeing Yi Xian step into the abdomen, Xianxia immediately went up to him. His face was filled with excitement from surviving a calamity. He pulled Yi Xian's arm and said, "Let's go. This place is too evil. We shouldn't have come in." Yi Xian knew that he was referring to the remains of the powerful ancient creatures that he saw in the depths of the core. Just like that, he was shocked to such an extent. If he were to personally witness everything that happened after that, Yi Xian really suspected that this fellow wouldn't be scared to death. However, he had stored the mechanical bug in his body because he didn't want Chanas to know too many secrets. Naturally, he wouldn't tell him everything this time. However, he couldn't hide anything from him, so Yi Xian could only tell him the truth. Something happened just now. The Black Beetle Queen was fighting with some Star Lord astral beasts. The scene was so terrifying that I had to leave the core area. Hearing this, the expression on Xianxia's face eased up. From Yi Xian's tone, it seemed that he was planning to leave. But who would have thought that the latter's words would take a roundabout turn, and his expression would change drastically in an instant. His heart was in his throat, but now the movement inside has stopped. I guess the battle is over. We can finally go in and see the situation. Finally, Yi Xian revealed what he had been looking forward to for a long time. Desperate, Chanas stopped trying to persuade him. He simply sat down with his arms crossed and started drawing circles on the ground. He had already made up his mind. As soon as he left the root of all evil star field, he would immediately find an excuse to leave. No matter what, he couldn't stay with this guy anymore. It was too dangerous. He was simply courting death. Yi Xian ignored him. He immediately activated the mechanical bug and crossed the line into the core area of the root of all evil, heading straight for the Black Beetle Queen's nest. The Black Beetle Queen's nest was actually a huge planet with a hollow interior. Of course, this planet had long since died and no longer emitted heat. Occasionally, one could see some planets in the Death Star field, but they were all in the same situation. Their insides were hollowed out, and some powerful space beasts had built their nests. There were not many void rifts around the star nest location. There were still void cracks in the core area, but they were much fewer than in the periphery. Also, they were all fixed in the void and wouldn't move slowly. At this time, inside the Black Beetle Queen's nest, 5 mechanical bugs were lying in a row on the ground like dead dogs, unable to move at all. The entire nest had only been inhabited by the Queen Black Beetle. Now that it had fallen, other than the 5 mechanical battle insects, there was no other Black Beetle to be seen. Although the Black Beetle Queen hadn't done much damage to the 5 mech bugs, at most some of their alloy limbs had been deformed. This was because the Black Beetle Queen's strength was too great. When it laid on their bodies, it was as if it was tossing a mountain. Even their alloy limbs couldn't take it and were crushed. It was bent a little. Chapter 35:19. As the mechanical demon bug entered the Black Beetle Queen's star nest, a series of 5 system notifications rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Congratulations, host. Discovered that you can devour intelligent life form. Emperor Xiaofeng, mechanical life form. Evolution level, medium. Do you wish to devour it immediately? Congratulations, host. Discovered that you can devour intelligent life form. After experiencing such inhumane torture, these 5 fellows' electronic consciousnesses had actually weakened to such an extent. On the surface, the 5 mechanical battle bugs did not seem to have suffered any damage at all. However, the moment Yi Xian appeared, the system had already determined that their condition was so weak that they could be devoured. Hence, they were devoured. This was naturally a good thing. Yi Xian would not hold back at all. He immediately leaped forward, and the energy wings on the mechanical demon bug's back flapped. In an instant, all 5 mechanical battle bugs' heads were chopped off and rolled on the ground. It could not be helped. Their bodies were too big, and Yi Xian could not devour them whole. He could only chop off their heads and then devour the rest of the mechanical demon bug's head. This was because after the Tianji race activated their mechanical fusion ability, the main body of their electronic consciousnesses was within the mechanical demon bug's head. Seeing this scene, Chanas, who was in the mechanical demon bug's abdomen, fell to the ground again. It was as if he had lost his soul. He muttered to himself, and his face was pale with fright. This time he had really poked the heavens. Sir Sha clearly did not even want to let go of the young patriarch of the Tianji race. Now he had completely boarded the pirate ship. Once something happened, even if Sir Sha did not survive, he would not end up well either. At this thought, Chana shook his head and laughed bitterly. He had completely given up. Yi Xian did not care about all this. He directly restored the mechanical battle bug's size to 50,000 meters in diameter inside the Black Beetle Queen's star nest. Then he swallowed all 5 heads in one gulp. After a round of refinement, the familiar system notification rang out in his mind again. This time, it was still 5 consecutive notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured intelligent life form. Obtained 1 mechanical intelligence core. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully devoured intelligent life form. Obtained mechanical intelligence core. As the 5 system notifications rang out, 5 more crystals appeared in Yi Xian's body. In addition to the 3 crystals he had obtained previously and the one from Sha Baofeng, Yi Xian now possessed a total of 9 mechanical intelligence cores. Each mechanical intelligence core represented the life of a Tianji clan member, just like the soul of a human cultivator. In other words, Yi Xian now had 9 identities of the Heaven's Legacy race that he could use. This was because each mechanical intelligence core was unique and had different source codes, so the frequency of the electronic consciousness was different. To Yi Xian, this was definitely a great convenience because in the headquarters of the Tianji clan, the Tianji city, every Tianji clan member had a different level of authority. Even the young clan leader, De, couldn't have full authority. Clan leader De had his own considerations in this regard. Apart from himself, no one else could have full authority in Tianji city. That would be too dangerous. Yi Xian now had 9 Tianji clan core high-level electronic consciousnesses in his hands. When he entered Tianji city, he would be able to touch and control a portion of the different levels of authority in each area. It would be very convenient for him to do things. After doing all this, Yi Xian immediately stored the remains of the 5 mechanical battle bugs into his body and handed them to the devouring system to strengthen the power of the super death light bomb. Including the remains of the devil battleship that he had obtained from devouring Sha Baofeng, the materials for the super death light bomb now amounted to 9 fortresses of various sizes. 2 of them were even large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. If the kinetic energy compartments, antimatter light energy generators, space oscillators, and other components were used, the bomb would be destroyed. Yi Xian didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying the power of the super death light bomb would be when all the components and equipment were put together. After doing all this, Yi Xian immediately left the Black Beetle Queen's star nest. The mechanical battle bug appeared at the edge of the root of all evil's core hinterland and then entered the central region's buffer zone. After completing the system title exploration mission this time, Yixian's system title had jumped to Interstellar Raider. He now had the ability to imprint the coordinates of 2 different locations in the universe at the same time. In the first universe, Yixian had already imprinted the coordinates of the Demonkin star field's black hole. He decided to imprint the coordinates of the second location in the root of all evil's star field. This was because not only was this place very close to the Tianji clan's headquarters, Tianji City, it was only a few days' journey away. Furthermore, there was the existence of the heaven-defying refining system like the Great Furnace. Yixian was still thinking about coming here every other year to collect the fruits of the Great Furnace. However, it wasn't wise to leave the coordinates of this location in the core hinterland. If he jumped here, it was very likely that his aura would be locked onto by some powerful existence. Thus, he decided to imprint the coordinates of the second location in the first universe in the central region of the root of all evil's star field. This way it would be safer. Not long after, he found a rather remote area in the central region's buffer zone. Not only were there very few void rifts in the surroundings, there weren't even many black beetles to be seen. When Yixian gave the system the order to begin imprinting the coordinates of the second universe, the system's notification sound quickly rang out in his mind, guiding Yixian through the steps of imprinting the coordinates step by step. A strand of primordial spirit that had been processed through various methods was quickly refined into a special imprint by Yixian. Then, this primordial spirit imprint was shot out of his body in an extremely mysterious and complicated manner, connecting and merging with the void rift in front of him until it completely fused with it in the end. Although this was the 4th time, Yixian still couldn't get used to the pain of forcibly separating a tiny strand of his own primordial spirit. This was simply indescribable with words. After this strand of primordial spirit was separated, Yixian didn't immediately adjust his breathing to recover and repair his mind. Instead, he forcefully endured the various discomforts of his injured primordial spirit and forced himself to focus. Again and again, he used different and complicated methods to continuously condense this strand of primordial spirit. This process took the time of a meal. In the end, Yixian paid close attention to the entire process, from connecting the void to matching the primordial spirit imprint and finally fusing it perfectly. In the end, he didn't dare to relax in the slightest from beginning to end, so much so that his entire person seemed to be on tenterhooks. Chapter 35-20. After rushing out of the outskirts of the source of all evil star field, Yixian was immediately shocked by the scene in the distant void. The vast void was still burning with flames. The hundreds of fortresses were not small in scale. They were a huge fleet. After they were completely blown up, it would take a certain amount of time for the energy to burn. Damn. No wonder the 2 consciousnesses of the Supreme Ancients didn't start a massacre after returning. It turns out that there is already such a huge fleet outside acting as scapegoats. Seeing this spectacular scene in front of him, Yixian was stunned for a while before coming back to his senses and muttering to himself. Then, a warning sign appeared in his heart. Without hesitation, he immediately had the Wild Star Field Life Fortress deactivate the mechanical demon bug state and return to the demon battleship's appearance. Then, he activated the concealment array. Fa quickly left this troublesome place. According to his guess, this fleet should have been sent by the Heaven's Legacy race to reinforce Emperor Xiaofeng and the others. Now, they had lost contact with Emperor Xiaofeng and the others, and the reinforcements had been completely annihilated. The vast void was illuminated by flames, so this matter must have alarmed the Heaven's Legacy race. Base camp. Perhaps the reinforcements sent by the Tianji race were already on the way and would arrive soon. The matter of the demon battleship and young emperor's encounter had not yet been leaked. If people saw the demon battleship appear in this star field, it might arouse the suspicion of some people. The best way to deal with this matter was to quickly retreat and pretend that they had never been to this star field. In this way, not only would Xia Baofeng's identity not be suspected, but the identities of young emperor and the others would also not be too troublesome in the future. After the reinforcements of the Tianji race entered the star field and searched for no results, the 8 of them would be listed as missing, not dead. At that time, if necessary, Yi Xian could completely transform into young emperor's appearance and find a reasonable excuse to return to life. After leaving the root of all evil star field, the Devil battleship continued to head for the headquarters of the Heaven's Legacy race, the Heaven's Legacy City. However, it did not choose the main route to the Heaven's Legacy City because that would lead to encountering the reinforcements of the Heaven's Legacy race, which would bring unnecessary trouble. Yi Xian deliberately deviated from the main Starry Sky route and let the demon battleship travel in a more remote part of the Starry Sky. Regarding this, the Demon Royal Guard Commander Chanas did not have any objections. He did not even say anything. The old man was still in shock. The reason he left the Demon Royal Star with Yi Xian was to come to Tianji City to get promoted and make a fortune, but now, it seemed that this trip to Tianji City had turned into a horror trip. Even young emperor's young emperor in front of him was killed by him. In short, no matter what Lord Sha did now, he could only follow. The two were already grasshoppers on the same rope. Chanas had a sullen feeling of being lured into a den of thieves for no reason, but there was nothing he could do. One day later, the demon battleship stopped in a remote part of the Starry Sky. There were only 5 days' journey ahead from the Tianji race's base camp. Yi Xian did not plan to continue forward, because he needed to at least digest the harvest this time. This digestion was not referring to the shocking harvest he obtained from the Great Furnace in the core hinterland of the Tianji race, but the mechanical intelligence cores of Young Emperor and the other 8 core members of the Tianji race. The Dark Furnace Lotion, All Evil Origin Liquid, the 9-colored meat paste, and the remains of the 12 powerful ancient creatures were all resources that could be used in the future. Their levels were too high, so they could only be used at critical moments, such as when breaking through realms and tearing apart some shackles of the human body. They could only be used to heal the body's hidden ailments and injuries. However, the mechanical intelligence cores of the 8 core members of the Tianji race had to be digested as soon as possible, because the Tianji race's headquarters was right in front of them. These 8 mechanical intelligence cores contain the memories of the 8 core members of the Tianji race, as well as their understanding of the mechanical fusion ability. For Yi Xian, these were the things that he needed the most and were the most important at the moment. He chose an inconspicuous and barren planet in this remote starfield, and then had the demon battleship shrink in size and enter a huge fissure on the planet's surface. After taking a detour for a while, he hid in the depths of the earth. Chanas did not ask much about Yi Xian's strange actions. He was now completely disheartened. In any case, following this madman, he could encounter all kinds of strange things, so he would just muddle along. If there was a chance, he would clean himself up and leave him far away, never to return. If he provoked, the most important part of the 8 mechanical intelligence cores was the electronic consciousness of Young Emperor and the other 8 core members of the Tianji race. This part took up 2/3 of the crystal intelligence cores, and the other 1/3 was the electronic life memories of the 8 people. To put it bluntly, it was actually data and pieces of information, which could be said to be extremely long and complicated. What Yi Xian had to do now was to memorize all the data and information in these 8 mechanical intelligence cores, carefully browsing and even sorting them out. This would be useful for him when he entered the Tianji race's base camp, Tianji City. There would be great benefits for him. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will not be defeated in 100 battles. After all, these were all the life memories of the 8 life consciousnesses, and the amount of data and information was completely unimaginable. Fortunately, Yi Xian had the help of the devouring system, which helped him sort out the data and then browse through them one by one. As a result, in a short period of time, Yi Xian had already gone through all of the data in his memory and engraved it in his heart. Moreover, all of this was stored in a separate database of data that the devouring system had separated out. If there was a case where he forgot something, or if there was a particular matter that needed to be carefully investigated, Yi Xian could at any time search through this database of data and information. Apart from these life memories, what Yi Xian gained the most was the understanding of the various mechanical abilities of the Tianji race contained in these 8 mechanical intelligence cores. Basically, they were all electronic abilities, and Yi Xian studied them one by one. Then he focused on young Emperor and the other seven's understanding of the Tianji race's ultimate secret technique, which was the fusion ability of machines. The Starfield Life Fortress was truly formidable. As the only life fortress in the world, its abilities in many aspects even surpassed that of the Heaven's Legacy race. Otherwise, when young Master Ling Hu had brought the Starfield Life Fortress into the world, he wouldn't have been so shocked by the various large factions. He had the Yuan in his hands. Chapter 35-21. The reason why Yi Xian was studying Emperor Xiaofeng and the rest of the Tianji clan's upper echelons was because he wanted to see what kind of creativity they had when it came to this ability. This would serve as a reference for S.W. Wild Star Fortress. The so-called inspiration was actually creative thinking and inspiration. Everyone was different. Yi Xian was now able to study the inspiration of the 8 Tianji clan's upper echelons. This was a rare opportunity. The Tianji clan was different from any other life form. They didn't have flesh, soul, or soul. They didn't even have spiritual energy. All they had was a strand of electronic consciousness. They couldn't even be considered a life form born from heaven and earth. They could only be born from intelligent robots. Once they gained self-awareness, they could be considered to have awakened and become members of the Tianji clan. As for intelligent robots, they weren't born naturally. They were created by themselves. Therefore, the Tianji clan couldn't be considered a life form of this world. It was also because of this that they could cultivate and absorb energy from the planet's core. They could also use various methods to strengthen their electronic consciousness. In addition, they could also use all kinds of rare minerals, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and other precious metals to build a body for themselves. Moreover, in the process of becoming stronger step by step, they would constantly, countless times, carry out new changes to this body. However, all of this could not change the most fundamental fact, and that was their foundation, the most fundamental source of their existence, was ultimately just a stream of electronic data. Therefore, no matter how powerful the Tianji clan was, they could only rely on modern technology to manifest their strength. Or they could create a body for themselves. No matter how human-like this body was, it could only be a robot body that was infinitely close to a body of flesh and blood. Or it could be a battleship, a fortress, or something like that. In short, if they were only left with the string of data that represented their existence, then they would not be able to survive unless they were stored in an intelligent computer system. And wasn't the so-called intelligent computer system a kind of technological device? At the end of the day, this race was really pitiful. Their existence, without technological equipment, would become a joke. At the same time, the power they could use and control also required technological devices. Unlike human cultivators, they were unable to absorb the spirit qi of heaven and earth to cultivate their cultivation techniques or temper their bodies to walk the path of body refinement. They weren't like other races in the universe who had so-called bloodlines and could obtain inheritances, secret arts, abilities, and power from their bloodlines. They couldn't even compare to the superbrain, which was a species between life and non-life. The Tianji clan had too many weaknesses. Therefore, their advantage was infinitely magnified in the only field they excelled in, which was the field of mechanical construction and control. This was because they couldn't study other fields. All their thoughts were focused on this field. It could be said that in this domain, there were countless races in the entire universe, but there was no race that could compare to them. They could be said to have a unique advantage. Therefore, even though Di Xiaofeng and the other core members of the Tianji clan were like Sha Baofeng and were direct subordinates of clan leader Di, they were only given a part of the true essence of the mechanical fusion ability. However, to Yi Xian, they had different levels of understanding and were only a part of it. However, the mechanical fusion ability was still an eye-opener for him. It could be said to be a real brainstorm. After carefully studying the insights and memories of young Emperor Di and the others on the level of mechanical fusion, Yi Xian was enlightened and his entire body was enlightened. He sent all the information to the central database of S.W. Starfield Life Fortress and gave the order to deduce it immediately. Everything unfolded silently. 2 hours later, Yi Xian finally received a response. A familiar system notification sounded in his mind, telling him that the life fortress had undergone a qualitative transformation and its ability had greatly increased. It asked Yi Xian if he wanted to demonstrate it immediately. A qualitative transformation. A substantial increase in ability. Just these two keywords were enough to make Yi Xian extremely excited. He couldn't wait and immediately gave a definite answer, wanting to see it immediately. Immediately, the life fortress, which had transformed into the demon battleship, shook slightly. Yi Xian and Chanas both felt the ground under their feet begin to move. The originally vast top-floor command cabin and dome also changed, gradually shrinking. At the same time, they could no longer pass through the one-way transparent cabin. They could directly see the scene outside the ship with their naked eyes. They could only use the holographic 3D screen in the shrunken cabin to achieve this. In the holographic 3D screen, the entire shape of the demon battleship could be seen clearly. Then, the transformation began. Rumble! Kacha! A faint roar, accompanied by the continuous grinding sound of machinery, sounded at the same time. The demon battleship first transformed into the appearance of a mechanical demon bug, and then it transformed into the different forms of mechanical battle insects created by the fusion of Sha Baofeng, Emperor Xiaofeng, and the other Tianji clansmen. In the end, it even combined the appearance of these 10 different battle insects and demon bugs, taking advantage of their advantages and transforming them into an extremely strange insect-like mechanical monster. All of this was within Yi Xian's expectations, including the giant skull that looked like a claw of the netherworld. Yi Xian had come into contact with all of this before, or the life fortress had transformed before. But this time, the life fortress's transformation speed was much, much faster. This was clearly due to Emperor Xiaofeng and the others' comprehension of mechanical fusion. But this was not the end. The so-called qualitative transformation clearly did not just mean that the life fortress's transformation speed had increased. Then, the style of the life fortress suddenly changed. The grinding sounds of machinery suddenly rang out, and the life fortress's external form suddenly turned into a 9-hell demon crocodile, then a blood unicorn, a void tortoise, a golden divine dragon, and even a desolate ancient Xianxia with a pair of giant wings on its back. In short, the Devouring Systems database recorded this. Chapter 35-22. Looking at the holographic 3D screen in front of them, Yi Xian and Chanas were both dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were filled with astonishment. This was truly a stroke of genius. They had never thought that a small fortress could have so many transformations. Apart from the mechanical battle bug, it could also transform into the golden divine dragon, desolate ancient Xianxia, and other forms. It was practically every life form they had ever seen or heard of. It had demonstrated all the transformations of life forms just now. In the end, it had directly transformed into an alloy battle god that was more than 50,000 meters tall, holding a giant shield and a spear that was more than 100,000 meters long in its hands. This completely subverted the Tianji race's mechanical fusion ability. There was nothing impossible, only unexpected. It was no wonder that the devouring system in Yi Xian's body had evaluated it as a life form that had undergone a qualitative transformation. Wasn't this a qualitative transformation? The significance of this transformation was tantamount to opening a door that had never existed before for the life fortress. It broadened the scope of its existence. It was no longer just a battleship. It could even be a battle beast or a giant humanoid mecha. For example, right now, Yi Xian and Chanas were in the inner space of the alloy battle god's chest. All of the alloy battle god's movements were under Yi Xian's control. In a sense, wasn't it like Yi Xian wearing a giant humanoid mecha and charging onto the battlefield to fight? Was that so? In the vast universe, there was no such thing as a life form. Every life form had its own reason for existence, and also had its own strengths. For example, the Zerg race in the universe. Their powerful vitality and terrifying jumping ability when they exploded were their unique advantages. As for other species, the reason why they were in their current form and not other forms was also for their own reasons. Existence was reason. That was what it meant. In different environments and situations, you might need to strengthen differently. Yi Xian, on the other hand, had a life stronghold that could change its shape at will. When he needed it, he could do whatever he wanted. It was perfect to the extreme. However, compared to other life forms, such as the Zergs, Xian was more inclined toward the final form of the alloy battle god that the life fortress had transformed into. He immediately ordered the life fortress to maintain its current form and not continue transforming. This was because Xian wanted to properly study the alloy battle god's form. He was even vaguely looking forward to the moment when he could transform the life fortress into this form and control it to charge onto the battlefield to fight the enemy. This was just a random thought. At this moment, Xian would never have imagined that this wish of his would actually come true. Of Ye's order, and under Yi of the life fortress. Xian excitedly began to study all of the alloy battle god's combat techniques, as well as the various abilities represented by its internal structure. The alloy battle god's body was over 50,000 meters long. This was the current limit. If they wanted to make the alloy battle god even larger, they would need the micromolecules of the Zerg that made up the life fortress to multiply again. Of course, 50,000 meters was the upper limit. As for the decrease, it reached 500 meters, which was a bit smaller than the mechanical devil bug from before. This was also because the life fortress had just reached its lower limit after digesting the insights of young Emperor and the other Tianji race higher-ups regarding the fusion of machines. Similarly, if it transformed into the mechanical devil bug form, it could also reach 500 meters. This was completely different from the previous limit of 1,000 meters. If young Emperor was still here and saw this scene, who knew how shocked he would be? Although 500 meters was the lower limit of the body size, as a human, it was really too shocking. Think about it. Among the standard warships of the various large and small countries in the territory of the Immortal Dynasty in the human technological camp, the smallest planetary warship was only 1,000 meters long. If it was compared to the alloy battle god vertically, it would only be twice the size of the alloy battle god. As for the upper limit of 50,000 meters, that was even more shocking. Everyone was used to the sight of a 50,000-meter-wide interstellar fortress hovering in the void of the universe. However, if there was a humanoid alloy war god standing next to this interstellar fortress that was as tall as it, or even slightly taller, everyone's eyes would definitely fall to the ground in shock. 50,000 meters, that was 50 kilometers. This kind of height made people speechless. With one large stride or leap, it was at least several hundred kilometers. It was absolutely terrifying. And this was just the basic performance. In addition, in terms of defense and attack, the alloy battle god also stunned Xian. First of all, the energy shield of the Universal Fortress's defense system would normally appear as a pair of light beams behind the alloy battle god. Of course, this pair of light beams also had a shocking cutting ability. When combined, it could protect the body, and when split, it could cut through the sturdy hull of the Universal Fortress. In addition, this kind of defense system's energy shield could also appear in any area of the alloy battle god at any time. For example, if the head was attacked, in an instant, a partial defensive light shield would appear on the alloy battle god's head. The same energy shield could also appear on the chest, back, front, and even the forelimbs and other parts of the body. As for attack power, in addition to blocking attacks, the giant alloy battle god's left hand could also be used as a heavy shield to smash down fiercely. The alloy spear in the right hand was even more indestructible. It could be used as a close-range weapon, and it could also be thrown like a spear. At that time, with the alloy battle god's powerful force pushing it forward, in addition to the inertial acceleration of the spear after it was shot out, it would definitely be a killing move. It could directly pierce through a universal fortress with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters. This was just the alloy battle god's spear and shield. In fact, if Xian needed it, the alloy battle god's shield and spear could even be in the form of energy, such as antimatter light energy. This form of the battle god's shield could cancel out all attacks. The penetration and lethality of this form of the battle god's spear increased exponentially. It could be called a killing machine. In addition, the alloy battle god's knees and elbows also had sharp attack structures. At the same time, it could also activate the ship's cannons and fire antimatter energy death ray cannons. Including the shoulders and the back, everything was fine. Chapter 35-23. After understanding everything about the alloy war god, Xian was even more satisfied. He could not put it down and immediately grinned. Even the two-handed shield and spear have two forms? The super alloy form and the antimatter light energy form. There's no need to try the former. Use the super alloy form in a regular battle. This can also confuse the enemy. The second antimatter light energy form is a trump card. At the critical moment, the form of the spear and shield can suddenly change. It will definitely have a miraculous effect. I just don't know how strong the penetration of the antimatter light energy form of the battle spear is. At this point, Xian licked his lips, and an eager expression appeared on his face. He turned his head and looked at a huge abandoned planet in the distant void. Then, before Chanas could recover, Xian had already issued an order to the alloy war god. The next moment, the alloy war god's right hand suddenly shook, and the thick spear that was more than 100,000 meters long quickly shrank and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In its place was a battle spear of the same length but completely black. This battle spear was not a physical object, but a condensation of antimatter light energy. It could not be touched at all. Otherwise, anything that touched it would be destroyed. The reason why the alloy war god could hold it unscathed was that its palm and other parts were originally the energy vent of the antimatter light energy generator. It was made of a special material. Rumble! Whoosh! With a deafening roar, the alloy war god abruptly came to a halt, and its figure instantly shot up hundreds of kilometers into space. At the same time, it raised its right hand, gripping the antimatter energy spear, and threw it with all its might without hesitation. At this moment, the void was torn apart, and there was an ear-piercing sound. A black light pierced through the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it had already reached the huge abandoned planet in the distant void. With a roar and explosion, it pierced through without any suspense and finally disappeared into the void of the universe at the end of the line of sight. In space, gurgle gurgle, it was just a throw of the spear, but a hole with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in the center of the huge abandoned planet. Looking from this side of the void, one could see the void on the other side of the planet. This scene was too shocking. Xianxia was stunned. His mouth was wide open, but he didn't say anything. His throat kept moving as he swallowed his saliva. Even though Xian had already guessed that this might be the outcome, seeing it with his own eyes gave him a different feeling. He was equally shocked. Heavens, Xianxia! Lord Xia, how did you do it? Was this really the devil battle horn? My goodness, you almost scared this old man to death. After staring blankly for a long time, Chanas finally came back to his senses. Looking at the huge abandoned star with a hole in it, he stammered, obviously still unable to break free from the great shock in his heart. Such a huge star, even if it's 100,000 meters in diameter, it's still not that big of a star. Even the battleship's death ray cannon from the empty fortress would definitely not be able to pierce a hole in it. This is simply illogical. Xian patted Chanas on the shoulder with a sympathetic look. Don't worry, you'll get used to it slowly. The reason why he brought Chanas out of the Demon Emperor planet was partly because he didn't want to leave this hidden danger there. Secondly, he also considered that after entering the Tianji city, he might need help in some aspects, so he brought one with him just in case. It was indeed hard on this old man along the way. However, this place was only a 5-day interstellar voyage away from the Tianji city. Once they reached the Tianji city, regardless of whether he was of use to Xian, he wouldn't bring him with him when he left. To him, this should be considered a release. As for whether there would be a situation where the matter would be exposed after they left, and whether Chanas would be implicated if it really happened, this was not a problem that Xian had to consider. Immediately, Xian issued another order to Life Fortress to deactivate the alloy war god form and return to the demon battle cruiser form. Then, he stepped on the interstellar main route to the Tianji city and sped towards the Tianji race's headquarters at full speed. Tianji city, as the headquarters of the Tianji race, the overlord of the first universe, naturally couldn't be an isolated city. In fact, It was a collective name for a cluster of buildings in the starry sky. Xianxia City was located in the central region of the first universe. The starry sky that its territory covered was extremely vast. In a broad sense, Xianxia City was divided into the outer region, the inner region, and the core region. The outer region was made up of a large number of planets. These planets looked no different from the planets that the human race lived on. There were many cities on the surface of the planets, but they were all majestic steel cities. Living on these planets were either a large number of intelligent robots or some of the first universe's slave races. The Xianxia race had a unique ability in the area of mechanical research and development. These planets that housed a large number of intelligent robots and slave races of the Xianxia race were actually star-grade industrial manufacturing bodies. A large number of intelligent robots, battleships, and other mechanical equipment were built on these planets. There were tens of thousands of such industrial planets. These tens of thousands of industrial planets surrounded the inner region of Xianxia City, forming the outer region of the industrial ring. As for the inner region, it was formed by more than 10,000 star fortresses that were built into fixed space fortresses scattered throughout the void. If the outer region was the industrial ring, then the inner region was the defensive ring. Right in the center of the inner defensive ring was a gigantic mechanical city the size of a continent. This was Xianxia City. Normally, Xianxia City looked like a flat continent made of the strongest cosmic alloy. It was vast, but it could be transformed. If necessary, this flat void alloy continent could be transformed into a super cosmic fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters. A sphere with a diameter of 1 million meters was equivalent to 1,000 kilometers, and the space inside was even more so because of the space folding technology. It was tens of thousands of kilometers wide. Even the human race didn't have many cities like this, and all of them were located inside the stars and couldn't be moved. In a sense, the headquarters of the Xianxia race could appear anywhere, including the second and third universes. Compared to the largest majestic cities of the human race, Xianxia City's greatest advantage was its ability to transform. It could be a floating alloy continent in the void, or it could be a terrifying cosmic fortress with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. It could perform interstellar travel, perform wormhole jumps, defend, and attack. It was because of this that Xianxia City had an unparalleled reputation in the three universes. Chapter 35-24. 5 days later, the demon battle cruiser arrived at Xianxia City. Although Yi Xian had already seen the magnificence of Xianxia City through the memories of Baofeng Sha, young emperor, and the others at this moment, he was still deeply shocked when he saw the massive buildings formed by countless planets that were made into the strongest alloy star fortresses. The Demon Royal Guard commander was even more stunned. He had never been to Xianxia City before and had only heard about it. Therefore, he was equally shocked by everything in front of him. The human race's population was much larger, but they were spread across countless star sectors and administrative planets in the third universe. Basically, it was impossible for a large number of administrative planets to cluster together in a small star sector. This was because whether it was the human race, the other races of the Federation in the second universe, or even the demon race and other slave races in the first universe, almost all of them were life forms. Life forms had requirements for the climate and environment of the planet they lived on. For example, an atmosphere was one of the most basic requirements. Without an atmosphere, it was impossible to block out all kinds of harmful cosmic rays. In the vast universe, although there were countless stars, which was how the term "scattered like the stars in the sky" came about, most of them were mineral stars and abandoned planets. Although there were many planets with atmospheres that were suitable for life forms to inhabit, they were basically scattered. This directly caused the human race and all the other races of the Federation in the second universe to be scattered. Of course, the current starry sky network was extremely developed. Even if they were separated by a star sector, there was no problem in terms of communication. However, Xianxia City was different. In this small star sector, all the planets were used. There were more than 10,000 planets in the periphery and more than 10,000 planets in the inner circle. Among these 30,000 planets, The ones that had atmospheres and were suitable for life forms to live on were left for the slave races. The other planets that didn't have atmospheres and weren't suitable for life forms to live on all had cities. They were built into star-level industrial bases or defensive fortresses, and all the people moving around on them were intelligent robots. As far as Yi Xian could see, all of the stars in his line of sight were actually steel and majestic cities. Not a single one of them was bare and unused, and this was only the periphery of Heaven's secret city. Such a strange phenomenon could only be seen in the Tianji City star sector in all the 3 dimensions of the universe. As soon as the demon battle cruiser arrived at the edge of the star sector of Tianji City, a fleet of 10 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters immediately came to greet them. There were all kinds of fortresses and fortresses everywhere. After all, this was the headquarters of the Tianji race. The race's warship manufacturing center was also here. Warships and fortresses were sailing everywhere in the starry sky. Every planet's star docks were filled with fortresses and fortresses. Yi glanced around and saw at least tens of thousands of fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. This number was simply terrifying. Once they were all sent to the star battlefield, a star sector would be destroyed in a second. Yi Xian immediately used Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness to connect with the command ship of this patrol fleet. Sha Baofeng was a core member of the Tianji race and a direct descendant of Patriarch Di. Although his status wasn't as high as Emperor Xiaofeng and the others, he was definitely an important figure in Tianji City. There were many such patrol fleets in the entire star sector. Although each patrol fleet had 10 small fortresses, in fact, only the command ship had a real Tianji race member. The other 9 fortresses were filled with intelligent robots. There weren't many real Tianji race members. Up until now, it was said that there were only a few million of them. Some of them had to be sent out, while the rest in the headquarters had to be spread out to almost 30,000 star fortresses and industrial bases. Therefore, it was rare to see real Tianji race members gathered together. Basically, the Tianji race members who had missions would work with a bunch of intelligent robots without self-awareness. Of course, this was also a kind of tempering for them, because the Heaven's Legacy race was born from these sentient robots. The reason why the Heaven's Legacy race was able to create so many sentient robots and create so many sentient robots in so many different domains and regions was because they were led by a true real Tianji race member was leading them. In addition to carrying out their own work and completing missions, there was another purpose. They hoped that this kind of guidance would lead to the birth of more intelligent robots. As a core member of the Tianji race, Sha Baofeng didn't dare to run rampant in the core region of the 3 major regions. At the very least, he could do it in this peripheral industrial area. However, on one hand, Yi Xian had returned. He wasn't in Sha Baofeng's exclusive fortress, but on the Devil Battle ship. On the other hand, he saw that the atmosphere in this peripheral area was different from the scene he saw in the memories of Sha Baofeng, Emperor Xiaofeng, and the others. There seemed to be a lot of fortresses, large and small, gathered at the edge of the peripheral area, as if you were planning to go to war. This was different from normal situations, and it was somewhat abnormal. Therefore, he took the initiative to contact the patrol fleet's command ship. While revealing his identity, he also asked for a few words of information. After confirming Yi Xian's identity, the other 9 small fortresses of the patrol fleet immediately retreated. Only the command ship with a Tianji race member in charge stayed behind to explain the reason for this gathering phenomenon to Yi Xian. The information he obtained shocked Yi Xian. They were actually preparing for war. This was thousands of fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. As for the 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleships, there was a black mass of at least hundreds of thousands of them parked in the void further away. Such a scale of preparation was clearly the rhythm of a plane-level decisive battle. Yi Xian had never seen this before, so he was naturally shocked. He originally thought that the Tianji race was going to war with the human race of the Third Universe, or at least with the entire Wanluo Federation. However, the reality surprised Yi Xian. The Tianji race's preparation for war this time had nothing to do with the human race of the Third Universe. Even the Wanluo Federation didn't participate. It was completely a private action of the races of the Second Universe Federation. That's right, just a few days ago, led by the Blood Wrm race, the Cyan Rock race, and several other powerful races that ranked in the top 10 of the Federation of the Second Universe, almost half of the races of the Second Universe Federation issued a joint statement at the same time, declaring that they would attack the First Universe at all costs. Chapter 3525. This time, more than half of the Federation races in the Second Universe had publicly declared that they would all participate in the war. Among the top 10 races in the Second Universe Federation, other races such as the Blood Dragon race, the Green Rock race, the Battle Lion race, the Inji race, the Barbarian Bull race, the Golden Eagle race, the Colorful Python race, the Greedy Wolf race, and the Tree Spirit race had all declared their stance. Originally, the human race of the Third Universe and the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation thought that the 9 supreme beings of the top 10 races of the Second Universe were just joking. After all, this kind of war announcement was simply unreasonable and too strange. It was more like a prank. But soon, from the vast star field of the Second Universe, news of the various races preparing for war and gathering a large number of fleets at the edge of the wormhole that led to the First Universe plane came from the Second Universe. At this point, the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation panicked and realized the seriousness of the situation. This was clearly a sign that the races of the Second Universe Federation had lost control and no longer listened to the Federation's control. The headquarters of the Federation immediately made an official request, requesting the races of the First Universe Federation, especially the 9 leading races of the top 10 races except the Dark Turtle race, to give an explanation for this declaration of war. At the very least, an internal communication was necessary to explain a reason, right? However, in the face of the request from the headquarters of the Federation, the races of the Second Universe Federation were unprecedentedly tough. They directly declared that this was a large-scale war between the First and Second Universes and had nothing to do with the Myriad Luo Federation or the humans of the Third Universe. They hoped that they would not participate. Otherwise, it would affect the internal unity of the Federation. At this point, the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation and the humans of the Third Universe realized that something big had happened. The races of the Second Universe Federation would definitely not start such a war for no reason. It should be known that for many years, the entire Myriad Luo Federation had only fought to a draw with the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji race. There were countless battles, big and small, and basically, there were victories and losses on both sides. The entire Myriad Luo Federation included the humans of the Third Universe and the races of the Second Universe. It could be said that the overall combat power of the human race in the Third Universe was slightly stronger than that of all the races in the Second Universe. Now, the various races of the Second Universe were clamoring to face the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji race, alone. Either they were crazy, or there was some hidden factor that forced them to fight. Because in such a war, the chances of the races of the Second Universe Federation winning was less than 20%. Basically, it would result in a crushing defeat. Obviously, the former possibility was almost non-existent. It could be explained if one race had a brain malfunction, but the entire Second Universe Federation had a brain malfunction. That was definitely not scientific. In other words, the truth was already very clear. The various races of the Second Universe Federation had their own reasons and difficulties. But as for what their reasons and difficulties were, no one in the outside world knew except for themselves. After confirming that the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe were not joking, the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation and the 2 camps of the human clans sent out a large number of scouts to the Second Universe and the First Universe. It was to find out the reason why the various races of the Second Universe Federation were determined to fight to the death. On the other hand, it was to prepare for a rainy day. In the First Universe, it was to spy on the Tianji race's reaction to this unexpected event and their various countermeasures. In any case, the various races of the Second Universe were part of the Myriad Luo Federation. Their combat power was equivalent to 40% of the total combat power of the entire Myriad Luo Federation. If the various races of the Second Universe Federation suffered a crushing defeat in this battle and suffered too great a loss, the strength of the entire Myriad Luo Federation would be greatly damaged. for the Federation and the two camps of the human clan in the third universe, this was not a good thing. It could even be a disaster. This was because the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji race, had been waiting for this opportunity to separate the various races of the second universe Federation from the human clan and defeat them one by one. This time, the various races of the second universe Federation were clearly offering up the opportunity that they had been dreaming of. How could the Tianji race not grasp this opportunity? There was no doubt that as long as the various races of the second universe Federation were defeated, the Tianji race would definitely go all out and target the two camps of the human clan in the third universe. In this way, the entire myriad Luo Federation would be completely annihilated because of this battle. In the end, it was not impossible for the Tianji race to dominate the three universes. This matter was too important. Therefore, even if the myriad Luo Federation was extremely dissatisfied, even if the two camps of the human clan were furious, they felt as if they were being shamelessly dragged into this mess by the various races of the Second Universe Federation. But for the sake of the overall situation, the human clan in the Third Universe was forced to helplessly prepare for war. After all, they were allies on the same front. The human clan and the headquarters of the Federation could not just watch as the various races of the Second Universe Federation were annihilated by the Tianji race. When it came to the critical moment that would decide the overall situation of the war, the armies of the two camps of the human clan would definitely enter the battlefield through the wormhole and helplessly participate in this war. They could only hope to maintain the balance of strength between the enemy and themselves. It could be said that the three universes had become hostile because of the sudden brainwashing of the various races of the second universe. An all-out war between the three universes had never been so close before. This was because both the various races of the Second Universe Federation and the two camps of the human clan in the Third Universe had already started. They had begun to gather their forces near the wormhole of the universe. The overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji race, was the same. During the few days that Yi Xian was rushing to Tianji City, all the races of the Federation in the First Universe, including the Demon Clan, had received the Tianji race's Level 1 battle preparation order. Countless slave races were preparing for war with all their might. However, for Yi Xian, although this was not good news, it was not enough to make him burn with anxiety. After all, once this kind of planar universe war broke out, it would take hundreds or thousands of years. It was not something that could end in a day or two. Even the scales of the war, which camp would eventually tilt towards, could not be seen in a short period of time. If it was a full-scale war, it would take at least 100 years before there would be a sign of it. It could be said that it was really too early to be anxious about this. However, in fact, when Yi Xian learned of this news, he was indeed anxious at the first moment. The reason was very simple. Patriarch De of the Tianji race had already said that the tens of millions of void soldiers captured from the black hole of life in the demon domain not long ago would be sent by the Tianji race in the first fleet camp on the battlefield. Moreover, the only mission of these void soldiers was very simple. Chapter 35-26. In the face of the challenge from the Federation of the Second Universe, the Heavenly Legacy race, as the overlord of the First Universe, was the only opponent of the Myriad Net Federation for many years. Being able to deal with both the human race of the Third Universe and the superpowers of the Second Universe Federation of the human race of the Second Universe, they naturally couldn't keep a low profile. The Heavenly Legacy City didn't make any sort of declaration of war. It was meaningless. They simply began to prepare for war at the first moment, using their actions to prove everything. Without a doubt, in this kind of planar war, the Heavenly Legacy race would definitely be the core force of the First Universe, but they might not necessarily be the main force. This was because in the First Universe, there were still countless slave races, including the demon race. The Heavenly Legacy race didn't have many clansmen. The true Heavenly Legacy race only numbered in the millions. It was impossible to place all of them on the front lines. The main force of this war, at least, the vast majority of the war of attrition, still had to rely on the fleets of the many slave races of the First Universe. Of course, the AI robot squadron under the Heavenly Legacy race was also one of the main forces. The Heavenly Legacy race was mysterious. The forces dispatched from the Heavenly Legacy race's main camp to participate in the war, such as a massive fleet of tens of thousands of warships, might only have one true Heavenly Legacy race clansman. However, the terrifying combat strength of this fleet was real and couldn't be ignored. A single Heavenly Legacy race clansman with an electronic consciousness could control countless AI robots at the same time. Battleships, or even entire fleets, were all controlled by intelligent robots. That would be enough. Otherwise, how could the Heavenly Legacy race, which only had a few million true clansmen, dominate the entire First Universe? In the First Universe, there were more than a few hundred slave races in the First Universe. There was once a joke that circulated in the three universes. At the time, the Heaven's Legacy race had yet to dominate the First Universe. There was a time when a massive fleet of several thousand warships, fortresses was sent to attack a race that refused to submit. In the end, the Heavenly Legacy race's fleet won, and this race became a slave race of the Heavenly Legacy race. In the end, the patriarch of this race raised his head and sighed. He said that the Heavenly Legacy race had mobilized thousands of warships and tens of billions of clansmen to attack a small race. How could they not sweep it away? This was clearly self-reproaching and lamenting the unfairness of the world. As a result, the several thousand fortresses of the Heaven's Legacy race fleet opened all of their hatches. Countless sentient robots lined up and walked out, flooding the void. But there was only one true member of the Heaven's Legacy race. A single member of the Celestial Legacy race with an electronic consciousness was enough to lead an enormous fleet into battle. All orders would be transmitted to the entire fleet in the form of an electronic consciousness and received by all the sentient robots. Not only was the command instantaneous and comprehensive, but there was also no deviation in the execution of the command. This was because they were all intelligent robots and did not have their own consciousness. They only had the consciousness to carry out orders. This was much more efficient than humans and other races, who followed the example of their superiors and passed down orders one by one. This was why the Heaven's Legacy race's fleet was so frightening. Of course, this was only referring to regular battles, and it didn't include the battle between the Supreme Primordial Age and the Heaven's Fate Clan's fleet that had occurred in the source of all evil. That was purely a special case. The two sides involved in this battle were simply not on the same level of strength. In short, for the Heaven's Legacy race, it was completely normal for an enormous fleet to only have one or two true members of the Heaven's Legacy race presiding over it. For example, this was the case this time. The vanguard fleet of the Heaven's Legacy race was enormous. There were 1,000 fortresses of various sizes and 100 fortresses of various sizes. In addition, there were over 10,000 star-level warships that were 3,000 meters long and star-level warships that were 1,000 meters long. Such a massive vanguard fleet was completely controlled by sentient robots. Countless sentient robots were sent to the battlefield, but there were only two members of the upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race who were in charge of commanding the flagship. These two positions were enthusiastically contested by the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race. In their view, this was an excellent opportunity to perform a great service. Just that the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe had sent a fleet over, and they had even taken the initiative to invade. The battlefield was in the First Universe, their own territory. They were afraid. Also, this time, the Vanguard fleet was carrying the tens of millions of Void soldiers that had been captured not long ago. They would be deployed on the battlefield as cannon fodder to consume the enemy's strength. It was safe to say that the Heaven's Legacy race's fleet would definitely win the battle no matter how one looked at it. The various races of the Federation of the Second Universe were invading. He would be beaten to a pulp. If the young chief, Di Xiaofeng, were there, nobody would have been able to take away the command of the Vanguard fleet. The other upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race would have been able to compete for the position of deputy commander at best. However, the young chief, Di Xiaofeng, was missing. It was said that a major accident had taken place in the root of all evil. The entire fleet that was sent to reinforce Di Xiaofeng was annihilated. They didn't even have the chance to send out a distress signal. It was definitely because of a great disaster. Otherwise, how could such a thing have happened? There were already rumors in the Heaven's Legacy City, claiming that there was a terrifying being beyond the Star Lord state in the depths of the root of all evil, and that the young chief, Di Xiaofeng, had already perished and would never return. That was why the upper echelons of the younger generation of the Heaven's Legacy race were all fighting for the position of commander of the Vanguard fleet as if they had been injected with chicken blood. In their eyes, they were no longer fighting for the position of commander of the Vanguard fleet. They were fighting for the position of commander of the Vanguard fleet in the future. They were fighting for the future of the Heaven's Legacy race. Now that Di Xiaofeng had perished, the clan chief would definitely choose a new person from the younger generation to replace him. If the commander who led the Vanguard fleet to the space battlefield performed well, he would undoubtedly have a better chance. Under such circumstances, even the senior members of the Heaven's Legacy race had secretly reached a consensus that they would no longer fight for the position of commander of the Vanguard fleet, leaving the opportunity to the younger generation. In the end, due to the fierce competition, everyone wanted to be the first to obtain the position of commander of the Vanguard fleet. The Heaven's Legacy race was in turmoil for a while. In order to prevent internal strife, the clan chief, Di, stated that the position of commander and deputy commander of the Vanguard fleet would no longer be decided by the clan. Instead, the younger generation of the clan would be allowed to compete with each other and launch a fair competition. Yi Xian's eyes glittered when he heard the news. Since it was a fair competition, it couldn't be better. Chapter 35:27. Although it was confirmed that the commander of the Vanguard fleet would be chosen by the younger generation of the Tianji clan through a fair competition, there was still no conclusion as to how this competition would be held. Clan leader Di had yet to make a final decision as to the rules of the competition. However, with the fleet about to depart, the rules of the competition would be announced very soon. If it was not today, it would be tomorrow. Yi Xian was already determined to win. He sneered to himself and did not ask any more questions. He immediately steered the demon battleship toward the core area of Tianji City. Along the way, they passed through the outer industrial zone and the inner defensive circle. Along the way, every star that Yi Xian saw in this vast star domain was forged into a majestic alloy city. There was almost no rocky land on the surface of the star. It was all cold alloy, as if the entire body of the star was made of metal. It was as if it was made of alloy. It was shocking. Soon, a continent appeared in front of them. A continent in the starry sky. In the boundless starry sky of the universe, the three known universes were already vast and boundless. In these three universes, there weren't only stars in the universe. In some peculiar universes, there were indeed strange continents. However, there was only one continent in the three universes that was entirely made of alloy. This was the real Tianji City in a narrow sense, the core headquarters of the Tianji clan. Tianji City did not look big on the surface. It was only 1,000 kilometers in radius, which was about 1,000,000 meters. However, it was divided into two layers. The outer layer was the surface of this alloy continent. The inner layer was the internal space, just like the underground area of the continent. Due to the use of space folding technology, the underground area of this alloy continent was even wider. That was an important place. Other than clan leader De and a few of his core subordinates, no one was allowed to enter. Among the 9 mechanical intelligence cores in Yi Xian's hands, only the young clan leader Di Xiaofeng had the authority to enter the core area of Tianji City. The other 8, including Sha Baofeng, were all direct subordinates of clan leader Di. However, because they were not core members, they were all only allowed to enter. They had the right to enter and exit the outer layer of Tianji City. The Heaven's Legacy race was different from other races. They would not have a high population density because they had very few people to begin with. The entire Heaven's Legacy race only had a few million people. A large number of clansmen were sent out. Among the clansmen stationed in Tianji City, some had to lead patrol fleets to patrol this vast star region. In addition, the industrial perimeter and inner defensive perimeter all required 1 or 2 members of the Heaven's Legacy race to stand guard. In addition, the inner area of the Tianji continent also needed some core higher-ups to guard some important places, as well as the higher-ups sent over by the First Universe's slave races. Therefore, on the outer surface of the Tianji continent, it was basically deserted. However, there were still groups of intelligent super robots. Now and then a patrol team would pass by. Sha Baofeng had a villa on the outskirts of the Tianji continent. It was his private territory. Other higher-ups of the Tianji tribe were not allowed to enter. Only Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness could open it. After the devil battleship arrived at the edge of the Tianji continent, it was no longer allowed to move forward. Yi Xian was aware of this. He immediately walked out of the devil battleship with Chanas. He waved his hand and stored the devil battleship into his undying world. Then he landed and walked towards his villa. Although this was an alloy space city, because the Tianji tribe had always yearned for the life of the human race, even their own appearance was very similar to that of the human race. Therefore, the surface of the Tianji city's outer land looked very similar to the environment that the human race lived in. The ground, buildings, and vegetation. Everything was there. Of course, they were all simulated with the super memory alloy and the super biological alloy. Even an inconspicuous tree was shockingly tough. Even the star-obliterating cannons of a planetary warship might not be able to destroy it. Along the way to Sha Baofeng's villa, they did not encounter other higher-ups of the Heaven's Legacy race. Instead, they encountered many patrol teams of super battle AI robots. However, they were able to detect the electronic consciousness of the Heaven's Legacy race members. Therefore, they did not stop Yi Xian and mistook him for Sha Baofeng. The exterior and interior of the villa were the same as ordinary villas in the human world. However, it was made of top-grade alloy and was extremely sturdy. It could withstand the bombardment of Star Destroyer cannons. After all, this was the core of the Tianji city on the Tianji continent. Yi Xian had Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness. He was the owner of this villa. Therefore, he easily entered the villa. After a round of searching, Yi Xian took all the rare minerals, materials, and cultivation resources that Sha Baofeng had left behind in the villa. It was a great harvest. Although it was not a lot, the things that Sha Baofeng had left behind in his base were all top-grade treasures. Yi Xian almost couldn't hold it in. He wanted to directly change his electronic consciousness and rob the villa of young Emperor Feng and the others. However, in the end he held himself back and didn't make a move. If that happened, he would undoubtedly be exposed immediately. Young Emperor Feng and the other 8 upper echelons of the Heavenly Legacy clan were currently missing people. If they appeared outside of Heavenly Legacy City, it would be possible for them to find an excuse to avoid it. If they suddenly appeared in the core of Heavenly Legacy City like this, it would definitely arouse suspicion, unless Yi Xian already planned to do something. Otherwise, he would not have acted in this way. While he was looting Sha Baofeng's villa, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Shanas, had been watching from the side. He shook his head and sighed from time to time. In his opinion, Yi Xian was not robbing Sha Baofeng's villa. Instead, he was packing up his belongings and preparing to run away. After all, if he committed a big crime, he would be exposed one day. Therefore, when Yi Xian finished looting everything in the villa and pretended not to care, he told Shanas that he would be staying here for the time being and that he would give him the authority to freely enter and leave the villa. The old thing didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. There's no way. Wherever Lord Sha goes, this old man will go. If you want to leave me here as a scapegoat, that is absolutely impossible. Yi Xian turned his head in surprise and sized up Chanas. He did not expect this old man to be so shrewd. Did he see through something? Without waiting for him to mutter, Chanas, who was at the side, spoke again. You've just returned and you're already taking care of the women. This is clearly the rhythm of running away. Sir Sha, I didn't give you any trouble along the way. Didn't you say so? We are grasshoppers in the same boat, and now you want to put me down? Isn't it a little unkind of you to leave me behind? Packing up your belongings? Yi Xian was stunned and then speechless. After all this time, this old man was actually thinking this way. He was really speechless. Chapter 35-28. The information displayed on the holographic screen was the rules of the election for the commander and deputy commander of the Tianji race's vanguard fleet. It was very simple. All the higher-ups of the younger generation who were currently in Tianji City could participate. As for the content of the competition, it was a competition of mechanical fusion abilities. This also limited the final winner to only the direct subordinates of the clan leader. This was because only Di Yi's direct subordinates would be allowed to participate. This was the so-called ultimate secret technique of the Tianji race. This was clearly the rhythm of the selection of the new young patriarch. Perhaps this matter would not be announced publicly before confirming that young Emperor Di had met with misfortune. However, everyone knew that Patriarch Di definitely had this intention and had brought forward the selection of the new young patriarch. This was because to the Tianji race, one's talent could be seen from the degree of comprehension of mechanical fusion abilities. Young Emperor Di's talent in this ultimate secret technique far surpassed the other higher-ups of the younger generation of the Tianji race. However, to Yi Xian this was good news. He did not care about the young patriarch of the Tianji race, but Yi Xian had to obtain the commander of the vanguard fleet. If it was a competition of other domains and electronic abilities, Yi Xian might not dare to boast. However, in terms of mechanical fusion abilities, in the entire Tianji race, other than Patriarch Di, who had created this ultimate ability, Yi Xian was not afraid of anyone else. This included the few elders in the race. Although Yi Xian had never seen them before, he still had a certain understanding of their mechanical fusion abilities through the memories of young Emperor Di and the others. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, the commander of the Tianji race's vanguard fleet this time would be none other than Yi Xian. The problem of the Void Soldier Ladle race could be considered to have been solved. Yi Xian was now thinking about the rescue problem of the demon people's royal uncles. After the thousands of slave races in the first universe were conquered by the Tianji race, every race's patriarch or emperor had to send an elder they had the best relationship with to Tianji City as a hostage when they ascended the throne. Because of this, it was said that there was an independent area inside Tianji City called the Imperial Prison. Those who were imprisoned were all members of the royal family of each race. In order to get close to the Imperial Prison, one had to enter the Tianji continent. Among the 9 mechanical intelligence cores in Yi Xian's hands, only young Patriarch Di Xiaofeng's electronic consciousness had this authority. However, Xiaofeng could not show himself now. Otherwise, it would cause trouble for Yi Xian. Everything would be exposed before he could take over the entire Soldier Ladle race. This matter was clearly at a dead end. If young Emperor Di used his identity to rescue the past generations of demon emperors, then the rescue of the Bingdiao clan would encounter a change. If he didn't move and waited for the commander of the vanguard fleet to take over the entire Soldier Ladle clan, then Yi Xian would immediately head to the front lines and wouldn't have the time to rescue the past generations of demon emperors. Looks like I can only wait until I return to Tianji City from the battlefield before I think of a way to save those old guys. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. This is clearly a long-term plan to hide behind the enemy. But the demon race is too strong. Unless I have no other choice, I don't want to give up. Sigh, this matter. Sighing, Yi Xian had no choice but to confirm the general direction of the follow-up action. First, he would get the commander's hat of the vanguard fleet and take over the Soldier Ladle race. Then, he would return to Tianji City and rescue the demon race's royal uncles. At this time, the holographic 3D screen in the villa's living room flashed again. A middle-aged man with a square face and a dignified face appeared on the 3D screen. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly got up and bowed slightly. Patriarch. Bang. Just as he finished speaking, a loud sound came from the sofa beside him. Yi Xian turned around and saw the commander of the demon royal guards, Xianxia. He hurriedly got up from the ground and stood respectfully in front of the sofa. His body was trembling slightly. Greetings, Patriarch. To the thousands of slave races in the first universe, the Patriarch of the Tianji clan was a god. He was a supreme existence. The entire first universe was his territory. In fact, there were only a few races in the first universe who had seen DE in person. Even Xianxia had never thought that he would be able to see the Patriarch of the Tianji clan with his own eyes when he came to the Tianji city this time, even if it was through a holographic 3D screen. Therefore, he was caught off guard and panicked. This was like the ordinary people in the dynasty suddenly seeing the arrival of the immortal emperor. It was inevitable. At this moment, Yi Xian's heartstrings tightened. He was not particularly reassured about Chanas. He was afraid that this old man would suddenly say something that he should not say. Originally, Yi Xian was also thinking of ways to avoid this. However, Di's appearance was too sudden. He was caught off guard. Fortunately, this was only an image of Di's doppelganger. There should not be too big of a problem. The core of the Tianji clan's existence was actually an electronic consciousness. Therefore, in the huge Tianji city, Patriarch Di could transform into thousands of doppelgangers at any time. As long as there was an electronic device, he could appear at any time. Even if it was an intelligent robot patrolling in the starry sky, one moment it was normal, the next moment it might become the carrier of Di Yi's electronic consciousness. Yi Xian had already known this through Sha Baofeng's memory. Therefore, in Tianji city, he was very careful. No matter what he said or did, he had to pay attention at all times. Perhaps there was an electronic eye somewhere that had transformed into Di Yi's eyes and was spying on him. This terrifying ability to transform into thousands of doppelgangers was similar to the human clan's cultivation camp. Perhaps a certain super old monster also had this ability. At the very least, the palace master of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates, Tian Qianzi, was quite accomplished in this aspect. However, in comparison, in such a majestic mechanical city like Tianji City, even if a super old monster of the human clan who was proficient in this aspect came, he would definitely be suppressed by Di. Here, he had a natural advantage. The doppelganger that appeared in front of him was not Di Yi's actual body. It was only an image of his doppelganger. Chapter 35-29. Yi Xian was actually very nervous. Although the image in front of him was only an image from the holographic screen, and this image wasn't Di himself, but just an image of his clone, the identity of the other party was still there. The biggest boss of the first universe, with his current cultivation strength, if he were to continue, at that time, he was not even qualified to talk to the doppelganger image. How could he not be nervous? However, things were going more smoothly than he had expected. After all, this was Tianji City, and Yi Xian was now in Baofeng Sha's private villa. Except for Baofeng Sha's electronic consciousness, in the entire Tianji clan, only Di and his doppelganger could come here at will. Even the super old monsters in the clan did not have this authority. The fact that Yi Xian could come here was enough to explain the problem. Of course, this was also the result of Di being too conceited about the existence of the Tianji clan. He did not expect that the electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan could be devoured. After all, he was a mechanical life created by the human technological pioneer Xing Bo, and the devouring system was a posthumous work of Xing Bo. It was understandable that it surpassed Di Yi's ideas in some aspects. With anxiety, Yi Xian reported in detail the details of the mechanical battle that had happened in the Heavenly War Star area that day. Of course, he reported from Baofeng Sha's point of view. All the memories and Baofeng Sha's own inferences and guesses were stored in Baofeng Sha's mechanical intelligence core. Yi Xian was just reading and narrating at the same time. Because he was directly reading Baofeng Sha's memory data, his narration habits, inferences, and guesses were completely consistent with Baofeng Sha's own style. Therefore, until he finished everything, it did not arouse the suspicion of Di Yi's doppelganger image on the holographic three-dimensional screen. Hesitation. In his opinion, Yi Xian in front of him was Baofeng Sha. All his habits and temperament were the same as usual. In short, Yi Xian passed this test smoothly. As the clan leader of the Tianji clan, he couldn't come to talk to him and ask questions every few days. Di had countless trusted subordinates of the younger generation like Sha Baofeng. The reason why he had sent a doppelganger to question Yi Xian was because he had personally experienced the great battle with young Master Ling Hu and possessed first-hand information. Otherwise, when Yi Xian came to Tianji City this time, he might not have the chance to see Di, even if it was just a holographic image of his doppelganger. In other words, after passing this hurdle, as long as nothing unexpected happened, Yi Xian would not have too much trouble in Tianji City. He would need to carefully deal with them. Of course, the upcoming Machinery Grand Tournament was an exception. He had to fight for this. Otherwise, with Sha Baofeng's character, if he gave up for no reason, he would attract suspicious gazes. You should have heard the news of Xiaofeng's accident. This is an opportunity for all the trusted subordinates of the younger generation. After Yi Xian reported everything in detail, Di Yi's doppelganger did not make any comments. Obviously, he was also puzzled by the fact that young Master Ling Hu had also displayed the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji clan, the machinery fusion ability. For the time being, it was difficult for him to discern the truth. At this moment, Di Yi's doppelganger continued. Whether or not Xiaofeng has encountered an accident, this scale selection is of great significance to all of you. You fought young Master Ling Hu. That guy is indeed extraordinary. Even now, I can't figure out the key points. With the star sky black technology in his hands, that battle must have inspired you a lot. Perform well. If something has really happened to Xiaofeng, you should know what this scale selection means. I've given you the opportunity. Whether you can seize it or not is up to you. Thank you for your guidance, clan leader. Yi Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his head even more. Just as he was speaking, the holographic three-dimensional screen in front of him flashed and went silent. At this point, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Chanas, who had been trembling on the side but had never been looked at by Di Yi's doppelganger, finally came back to his senses. With lingering fear, he glanced at the holographic three-dimensional screen that had disappeared beside him. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He cupped his hands and walked over to Yi Xian. Sha. Sir Sha, congratulations. Clan leader clearly has the intention of cultivating you. No wonder you... Haha, so you've already expected it. As soon as these words came out, Yi Xian was so scared that he immediately trembled. This guy was too reckless, saying such things in Tianji City. If Di Yi's doppelganger had not left but remained dormant, just these two sentences alone would have ruined everything. Shut up. No one will take you for a mute if you don't speak. Yi Xian's heart trembled slightly. He immediately shouted softly, interrupting Chana's words. At the same time, he glanced at the holographic three-dimensional screen that had already gone silent. Chana's was stunned, and then his face turned completely pale. This guy was not a fool. Just now, because of the sudden turn of events, he was so happy that he forgot himself. At this moment, when he was reminded by Yi Xian's soft shout, he was so shocked that his back was full of cold sweat. The machinery competition will begin tomorrow. Before that, I have to go and get my base fortress back. When I went to the Devil Emperor planet to carry out the mission, I asked the base fortress at the periphery of the industrial circle to improve its performance. After all, it is my personal vehicle. It will be more convenient for me to use it in the competition this time. Turning his head and glancing at Chana's, Yi Xian directly walked out of the villa after he finished speaking. This was also why he was so meticulous. The machinery grand competition was no small matter. Bao Feng Sha's vehicle was a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. With his personality, he would not abandon his own vehicle and use the demon battle horn that he brought from the demon race as a temporary means of transportation. However, if that was the case, then there would be a new problem in front of Yi Xian. That was, although the Life Fortress star field could change its appearance at will, as long as Yi Xian obtained the various performance data of Bao Feng Sha's vehicle, he could directly change its appearance. However, the scale was very difficult to change. Bao Feng Sha's vehicle was a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, while the Life Fortress star field was only a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. The difference was too big. If Yi Xian really brought Bao Feng Sha's vehicle into the competition, he would definitely lose. Although he had the electronic consciousness of the Tianji race and had done some research on the integration of machines, how could he compare with the real Life Fortress star field? If he wanted to win, he had to use the Life Fortress star field to change into Bao Feng Sha's vehicle. Chapter 35:30. A short while later, Yi Xian and Chana's arrived at the outer industrial circle. They saw Sha Baofeng's ship, Baofeng, in the star dock of a huge industrial star. Yi Xian had Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness, so he entered this huge fortress without any hindrance. He immediately copied all the performance data of this huge fortress and entered it into the database of the Devouring system. Through the Devouring system, it was transmitted to the Star Dock, the Wild Fortress. However, even with these performance data, the Wild Star Dock could not directly transform into Baofeng's appearance. The size of the Wild Star Dock was a shortcoming. The Wild Star Dock had to increase its size from its current diameter of 50,000 meters to 100,000 meters. If it was in the past, this would definitely be impossible to accomplish in a single night. However, Yi Xian still had a Master Life Crystal. If he reluctantly used it, he could still accomplish this. Previously, when he won the system competition mission against Fairy Xianxia, the prize that Yi Xian obtained from the exchange store was a Master Life Crystal. The reason why he wanted this Master Life Crystal was because it had a miraculous effect on the evil spirit slimes. This way, the fairy crystal that Yi Xian needed would definitely be of a higher quality. This was an important problem that had always been troubling him. One of them. The fairy crystal came from a creature called the evil spirit slimes. It was the crystallization of the energy within the evil spirit slimes. This crystal was one of the natural life energies that the world bugs could absorb. The evil spirit slimes were an alien race in the first universe. They were very ugly, and their bodies secreted a dark green poisonous liquid. Even among the hundreds of slave races of the Tianji race in the first universe, this race was an extremely disliked existence. Yi Xian had discovered this by accident. The crystal in their bodies was one of the energies that the world bugs needed to grow. After the Master Life Crystal was used, the world bugs' evolution slimes grew crazily. Countless micromolecules erupted, and in the end, the Wild Star Dock grew into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. After that, Yi Xian won 3 competitive quests from the system. His targets were the Unfettered One, the Fallen Demon Child, and the Witch Dust Lady. Among them, he didn't find any Master Life Crystals from the system exchange store of the Carefree Master and the Demon Dust Maiden, so he chose other treasures that were also extremely precious. However, Yi Xian found a second Master Life Crystal in the exchange shop of the Fallen Demon Son and chose it immediately. And now, this Mother Life Crystal had come in handy. Yi Xian immediately retrieved this Mother Life Crystal from his undying world and threw it to the Devouring system. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining Mother Life Crystal. Quality, pure and flawless. Effect, Life Evolution Energy Crystal. Can rapidly and continuously increase the life level of evil spirit slimes. Do you want to use it now? The system notification sounded in his mind very quickly. Following which, a golden crystal the size of a baby's fist was directly absorbed by the Devouring system and injected into Yi Xian's undying world, the Wild Star Fort. Sha sha sha, rumble. Soon, low and continuous muffled sounds rang out from within Yi Xian's body, accompanied by a dense amount of weak rustling sounds. It gave off the feeling that countless silkworms were nibbling away at the mulberry leaves in a sea of mulberry leaves. The Wild Star Fort floating in his undying world was rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only was its size expanding, the exterior of the battleship was also changing. Yi Xian quickly ordered the Devouring system in his body to connect to the AI of the Wild Star Fort. This time, the growth of the battleship was limited to a diameter of 50,000 meters. After reaching the standard, the growth of the battleship would immediately stop, and all the micromolecules that were multiplying after that would all be thrown into strengthening the battleship's performance and internal and external structure, striving for perfection. All of this unknowingly happened. In a short 10 minutes, the Starfield stronghold within Yi Xian's body finally grew to a diameter of 100,000 meters. From then on, it stopped growing. However, the change in the life level of the evil spirit slime race caused by the energy of the second life crystal was still there. Continue. All of the subsequent energy was used to strengthen the interior of the Wild Star Fort. This way, it would inherit its greatest feature from before. On the surface, it looked like a huge fort with a diameter of 100,000 meters, but in reality, its performance was much better. In the end, everything ended after more than half an hour. The energy of the second prime life crystal was finally depleted, and the evolution of the vengeful slime group stopped. The massive increase in reproduction energy provided to the world worm spawn group stabilized, and the evolution of the Starfield Fortress came to an end. Complete. At this time, after devouring the mysterious energy of the two Mother of Life crystals, the evil spirit slime's life level had been raised to a very high level. On the backs of all the evil spirit slimes, there was an additional golden line that ran from head to tail, and it was a whole line. There were also specks of gold on both of their bodies. Even the mucus secreted by their bodies had turned into a faint golden color. Perhaps, it was no longer appropriate to call them evil spirit slimes. It would be more appropriate to call them golden slimes. After everything was completed, Xian gave the order to transform the Wild Star Fort into a perfect replica of the treasure maple. All of this happened very quickly, but no one knew about it. Everything was completed in his undying world. Following which, Xian waved his hand and stored the treasure maple into his body. At this moment, if someone was in his undying world, they would definitely be shocked by this scene. The two identical forts were lined up side by side, floating in the air of Xian's undying world. With a thought, the real treasure maple was searched by Xian with Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness. All of the important resources and materials were taken out and stored in the undying world. They didn't stay in the treasure maple. This was because Xian had a feeling that as he shone in the Heavenly Fate Clan's mechanical grand competition, he might not be able to take this treasure maple away. D might be interested in it. Of course, what it was interested in was the fake treasure maple, which was the Starfield Life Stronghold. However, it was impossible for Xian to hand over the Starfield ship. He could only use the real treasure maple ship to make up the numbers. Chapter 35-31. In this Heaven's Legacy Races Machinery Grand Tournament, although the gimmick on the surface was only the position of commander and vice commander of the Vanguard fleet, in truth, all the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race were well aware that this was a secret early selection of the new young patriarch. The winner would very likely become the next Heaven's Legacy race. The young tribe leader. Of course, this had to wait until the news of the current young tribe leader Di Xiaofeng's death was confirmed. The grand competition of machinery was the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji clan, the machinery fusion ability. Patriarch Di only opened this ability to his direct subordinates. Therefore, it was destined that many of the younger generation of the Tianji clan would not be able to participate in this competition. Not all Tianji tribe members had the qualifications to become the tribe leader's trusted subordinates. This was closely related to talent. The Mechanical Grand Tournament was a test of one's ability to fuse machines, and those who could obtain this sort of ultimate secret art from Patriarch Di were only his trusted subordinates. Even amongst the younger generation of the Heaven's Legacy race, such existences were all upper echelons. Therefore, their mounts were small fortresses with diameters of at least 50,000 meters. Most of them were large fortresses with diameters of at least 100,000 meters. As such, the grand competition of machinery's venue could not be too small. It was a vast void with a radius of 100,000 miles. It was in the star sector outside the industrial area of Tianji City. The next morning, when Xian rushed over with Chanas, this vast void with a radius of 100,000 miles was already filled with fortresses of various sizes. There were even some large and small fortresses. Other than the millions of Tianji tribe members watching the battle, there were also many intelligent robots that had the privilege of watching the battle. The members of the Heaven's Legacy race had developed their own consciousness from these sentient robots and gained intelligence. Thus, within the Heaven's Legacy race headquarters, all the members of the Heaven's Legacy race would consciously guide the countless sentient robots under their command. For example, when watching the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race display their ability to fuse machines together, there was a chance that some of the AI robots would mutate and gain self-awareness. This meant that a new member of the Heaven's Legacy race had been born. In addition, there were also some fortresses that carried the hostages sent to Tianji City by the slaves of the Tianji clan. They were originally imprisoned in the Imperial Prison in the depths of the inner city of Tianji City. However, Di obviously would not let go of this opportunity to show the power of the Tianji clan. He had personally ordered the Heaven's Legacy race's Imperial prison guards to escort them over so that they could witness the power of the Heaven's Legacy race's ultimate secret art. Patriarch D had yet to appear, but there was no doubt that there were many of his clones in the countless battleships, fortresses, and fortresses. In this mechanical grand city, as the ancestor of the Heavenly Legacy race, could be said to be everywhere. The grand tournament of mechs was about to begin. The rules were simple, so simple that there were no rules at all. Therefore, the candidates could enter the arena to challenge at any time. When they were defeated and withdrew, it meant that they had lost their qualifications. If you were strong enough, you could stand firmly in the center of this vast void with a radius of 100,000 miles from the beginning. You could accept everyone's continuous challenges and stand until the end, with everyone's attention on you. Yi Xian was not impulsive. Although he was confident that he could do this, it would be too eye-catching. This was Tianji City. Yi Xian was not afraid of other existences, but he could not help but be afraid of the patriarch of the Tianji clan. Although D was only an intelligent life form created by the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo, he had proven his ruthlessness by killing Xingbo. Moreover, as a newly born mechanical intelligent life, D was able to lead a large group of intelligent robots to gradually grow stronger and guide them step by step. From them, more mechanical intelligent life forms were born, and he successfully dominated a universe for hundreds of thousands of years. This in itself was already very impressive. This already showed how terrifying his methods were. Not to mention an extremely intelligent mechanical intelligent life form, even a pig, after living for hundreds of thousands of years, could become a powerful figure in the pig world. Yi Xian knew that he could not defeat such an existence at the moment. Therefore, there was no need to attract too much attention. He had to win the Machinery Grand Competition, but at most, he would be like a dark horse, appearing at the crucial moment and giving people the impression that he had won by luck. Otherwise, if the tree stood out from the forest and attracted Di Yi's suspicion, it would be really troublesome. The battle quickly unfolded. The two core members of the younger generation of the Tianji clan fought each other in this void with a radius of 100,000 miles. From time to time, there would be rumbling sounds of thunder, and a large part of the void was disturbed. These two high-level members of the younger generation were not weak. Their mounts were large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Moreover, because the competition was the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji clan, the machinery fusion technique, these two fellows directly began to fully integrate with their mounts as soon as they entered the arena. Both of the mechanical battle insects looked extraordinary. One turned into a mechanical knife puppet, similar to Sha Baofeng's original form, but more powerful, and walked the path of strengthening close combat. The other one turned into a starry sandworm. Its entire body was covered with dense barbs and soft tubes that looked like mouthparts. Each soft tube was actually a cannon muzzle. It walked the path of long-range combat strength enhancement. Although the mechanical battle insects transformed from the two fellows' machinery fusion technique were nothing new, at least Yi Xian did not find any highlight. As the battle unfolded, he gradually felt that he was rather inspired. The Tianji clan was indeed full of talents. When it came to the cultivation of the human race's cultivation methods, the cultivation of the demon's mental power, and the cultivation of the bloodline talents of the various races of the Second Universe Federation, the Tianji clan was nothing, and definitely was not outstanding. However, in the field of machinery and electronics, every member of the Tianji clan definitely had a unique talent. And the core members of the younger generation who were able to become the trusted aides of clan leader D were naturally the best of the best. The degree of transformation of these two mechanical battle insects was not amazing, and Yi Xian even felt that they were a little too conservative and backward. However, as the battle unfolded, Yi Xian opened his eyes in terms of the battle skills of these two fellows after they had fully integrated with their mounts. Yi Xian did not miss any of this. He directly transmitted the images to the life fortress that had transformed into the Baofeng through the devouring system in his body.